New era niggas just scream out gang gang. My era niggas outside that gang bang. Old enough to know niggas that made it onto gangland. I don't say that to grandstand, I'm just spitting the facts, man. New rappers too busy just making sing-alongs. My raps will have it going savage like the Viacom. You don't want the smoke, homie, then your weed is strong. Good to see me smoke along to that Cheech and Chong. Me and my team, we on the front line. Steady putting in work, homie, it's always crunch time. Hard times produce me, dog. This ain't a movie, it ain't WWE. When I mention the bloodline, homie, I want mine, that's why I move different. Y'all too laxy daisy, I keep myself disciplined. Repetition on repetition, training is rigorous. Only way to survive the streets that's dangerous and vigorous. Behavior villainous, leave no traces of witnesses. Moment of silence for the taking of all our innocence. Now back to business, somewhat of a practitioner, cause there's no shortcuts in life, no pills that make you limitless. That's ridiculous, far set from reality, like who's that's licorice. Frame of thought is insanity, causing calamity if you actually watching and listening. Hope you catching out from the dudes that started visiting. How you missing it? Losing profits and dividends. The way your boys been cooking, they need to give me a Michelin. The bliss is ignorance, they don't like to mention them. They say we don't mention the bodies that's in Lake Michigan. Fucking hypocrites, I separate from the fakes. Run with a pride of lines, identify all the stakes. Hubris as they folly and catch on other mistakes. Matter time before they're just another body that's in the lake. Navigate, these troubled waters won't choose my fate. My vision is too ambition like Alexander the Great. Say there's much on my plate, but I carry my weight. Figuratively and literally, for all those who can relate. I never break, you never get me to fold. You never get me to leave, Chicago is still my home. But I carry my heat, this windy city is cold. Valentine's Day massacre, but was it really Capone? Face blown out of proportion, the different views of contortion. Use best proceed with precaution before you lie dead in a coffin. It's not a threat, that's a promise. Best quit talking your nonsense, your body could end up missing. Got your family claiming we lost them. Can't find them, bad time and he's flatlining. Good riddance, bit it negative to mankind. And I'm like Jack Reacher, the equalizer, John Wick, Jason Bourne, the accountant. Either one, you could take your pick. The damage I could do with my side weapon. John Wick with my P40 Smith & Wesson. Opposition lightweight, so I'm not threatened. I'm just flattered by the hate that they keep sending. It's really easy talk that rah-rah on the internet. There's words to Zaza, I heard y'all ain't got your fingers wet. Go get your cherry pop by the very op. We bust the real ones, got the heavy guap, you just carry prop. Bunch of these gangsters claim to be hard to the core, but they really not like women that claim to be faithful. But they really thought, act like they down, but when shit goes down, they call the city cops. Same fools think they know a lot, no dilly squad. Tired of all of this fake shit, with fake asses and fake tits. They fake smiles, make fake lips. Picasso looking with their faceless. What I call the good replacement, with the so-called real are the fakest. So the fakest niggas are the greatest. What was common sense no longer makes sense. What was common sense is now rare sense. What was funny then is now flagrant. Living in your thoughts, I don't pay rent. I take my time, you lack patience. Then your blood drip on the pavement. With a headshot, got your brainless. After getting hit with that stainless, kill instinct, call me Craven.
We going up, shit going down. We lighting them up, you best hit the ground. Shooting them up, one after round. When there's blood in the air, you better not dare to come around town. Father, please forgive me, have mercy on my soul. Fools keep trying to test me and I will never fold. It's the way that Wendy raised me, the city of the gold. Load 'em up and let 'em go, load 'em up and let 'em go, load 'em up and let 'em fly.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy, Yo Davino Vega. This is the Chop Shop. We've been gone for a minute, but we back. It's a brand new day. It's all I can say. It's a brand new day. And boy, oh boy, is it. Before we get into that, there's a few things I want to cover. But yes, I will definitely be talking about and giving my non-spoiler review on Brand New Day. We'll get into that for sure. And I'm probably going to talk about, I'm not going to lie, some disappointments, but overall, there's a lot of positives to take away from the film. But like I said, I want to cover some other things before we get into that. Let's go ahead and pause this music. You know I can vibe to this all day, but just to stay focused, let's put that on pause right quick. I'm just gonna start off with nipping one thing in the butt, and pun intended, maybe. I I recently got into it with some foolish, foolish, and I hate to even say this because it's gonna sound like I'm like I don't even know, like wrapping them up in a bunch or something. But it's not even what I'm trying to do. It's just really and truly just some foolish woman online that and you know, and it's not just women. I've seen guys do this. You know, some people just I think in it just sucks because it just seems people are very easily like taken by whatever they really want to believe rather than like taking the time to like think something through, break it down, put some thought into it. And and yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's just like whatever they want to believe is what they go with, or whatever maybe even the let's say their thoughts are on somebody, whatever, you know. And you know me, it's I never feel I really have to defend anyone. It's more for me a matter of just like, well, let's just speak truth to the matter, right? Here's the thing. I want to go ahead and just put what I'm going to talk about up here inside the the box here. And look, I, I have no personal ties to the guy. Like you know, like I'm not a fan. I'm not like this, you know, secret in the closet Usher fan or anything. You know, I think it's crazy that he went on record to defend Diddy. I'll say that much. Um, so I'll have to say like I don't really have anything like to why I need to come up and bat for this guy. But it's just a matter of principle and a matter of truth and a matter of just calling out bullshit when I see it, you know? And for those who know and for those who don't know, for those who know, you know what I'm talking about once I start speaking on it. But I just I figured I'd nip it on the butt because I was in this discourse not even that long to be honest with you, because honestly, after the first like after my first comment on this girl's sharing of the video that went viral, where essentially, you know, maybe I should find it. Maybe I should find it and so that way it's not like I'm just talking on my ass or something. But you know, whole point is um Usher's performing, you know, he was just recently performing with Chris Brown. And yeah, there you go. That's the one. All right. That way it's not like y'all don't know what I'm talking about. So let's go ahead and play this. And I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the screen so y'all can see what I'm talking about. And uh okay, sure. Bam. All right. So let's go ahead and share this. So for those who don't know what's going on here, although I don't, you know, maybe I shouldn't have gone with this because you can see the comments. I'm not sure if you can see the video. See if I can find it actually on on YouTube where I can just get the video so you guys can get a better look at that. But anyways, whole point is this video is going viral, and obviously the talk is, you know, these girls that apparently just bought the bullshit, bought the, or like I said, or they just already have some type of way that they feel about Usher, probably due to the fact that he decided to defend Diddy. Um, and they want to pretend like this girl is some sort of, you know, statue or not statue, a beacon of virtue, you know, and and it's like no, she was never a beacon of virtue, you know. And I'm trying to see where the freaking I can just get the video instead of all these extra shit. It's like they took down the video already. Now all there is the what everybody else has to say about it. Yeah, maybe the Maybe this is it.
Why?
Yes. Oh, come on. See, I don't need that shit. All right, here we go. Let me just go ahead and share it. Anyways, so like I said, this girl, if you watch the video, she, she backs off essentially from being like, danced on by Usher. This is the whole thing is this is his show. He does this in almost every one of his concerts, right? That's the whole point I wanted to get across. And see, I'm trying to see if I can see even this. I'm not liking because I want a better view of this. That ain't even a good view of that. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want that. Just give me a short version of the video. Everybody has something to say. You know what? Who cares? Y'all get the point. Whole point is this guy. He does this in every one of his shows. This isn't anything new. We'll just go with the. This isn't anything new. He does this in every one of his shows, right? and this brings to my point. You know what I'm saying? No, we got Juan here in the comments section. He says, "Wish that was me in the chair." I'm sure you wish it was. And look, that's my whole point. My whole point is there's plenty of women and guys apparently that would want to be in the position of this woman who volunteered, who knew what the situation was, right? And I think she's even now on record saying that she only took it because she was hoping that Chris Brown would like come up to her, whatever, blah, and be the one to like, do that with her, whatever. And I'm not so sure if that's how it works. I haven't really dug deep into I guess you could say the overall, like, I guess you could say structure of it, or like how is it that it actually happens? Are both, Usher and Chris Brown pulling from the same pool of, VIP, ticket holders, and they just bring them in a bunch, and it's, they don't have their own selective VIP fans that they're choosing, or is it, like I said, they're all just in a bunch? Hey, you have to come on stage, and Usher and Chris Brown, you get to experience something there. Maybe that's what it was. Again, that's on me for not getting the full context of that. What I will say though is that, like I said, I've been to an Usher concert with the wife. But even if you haven't been, these videos are viral. Like, this isn't the first time this happens. My whole point. And even she admitted that she went up there with the intention of being danced on and stuff like that and being pulled, but she was hoping it was Chris Brown, not Usher. And it's like, again, so I don't know if that's because it's the big pool of them going up there, or is it that, or is it that like I said, they each have their own, and then she just thought she was being slick, and like, well, if I go up there, maybe I'll still get Chris Brown also, or something, or hopefully I just get Chris Brown. My whole point to this is this, and this is what I was, essentially trying to, and I just want to say this because I just feel like this idea that she was some sort of like, because here's what it was, just annoying, and not even annoying, like, again, for me, it's just like, I just have to call the BS when I see it. And this whole idea that she's some sort of paragon of virtue now. And it's like, and my whole point was this: if she was really virtuous and demanded respect, self-respect for herself, because she valued herself, she would have not been up there in the first place. But the truth is out. And she already admitted she was up there for that purpose, just for the other guy. So this whole like, oh, she had, it was just funny to see. And look, here's the funny part. I haven't seen them like, I haven't even seen them keep posting, and I'm sure it's because now they just feel stupid, right? Because it's like, well, the girl herself is now on record saying she went up there with that uh, self-respect out the window. It's just it was the wrong dude, and that's all it was. But it was just funny how they like put her on this pedestal immediately, like, oh, the go queen, for having some self-respect, and not letting whatever blasey blasey. And again, before I knew all that I know now, at the time, my whole point is like, if she really had this so-called self-respect you guys are trying to give her, she wouldn't have been up there in the first place. Specifically because it's already known what's going to happen when you go up there. Like, that's already a known thing. Like, it's not like hidden. It's not like, again, it's not like you don't know this. And so it's like, one, either you've seen the videos already, so you know that this is a part of the show. This is a part of the show. And it's different because, even though, no, I ain't gonna lie, even the wife tried to defend it. They're not defending, but I think she tried to find a reasoning to why these other girls were, defending. But the reality is this isn't like some random fan out in the stands. That I can understand, because it's like, well, hold on. I'm just, I bought seats to come see your show, and all of a sudden now you're coming to me and you're trying to like dance all up on me, blasey blasey. And if that's not what you signed up for and paid for, then yeah, I get that. That would be understandable. No, this isn't the case. The case is this is you being put on stage with the known fact with the fact of knowing what you're going up there for. You're essentially consenting to being a participant to that part of the show, and maybe you get lucky and you don't. It's even if you get lucky. Like, that's my whole point. It's like no person that I've seen up to this point, and even the show that I went to with the wife, because she wanted to see Usher. Not one woman up there was not trying to get danced on. You're the one exception. This one, woman who's not being praised. You were the exception, but not to find out, like, no, she really wasn't. She was just up there for Chris Brown. She doesn't mind some complete stranger dancing up on her, the so-called self-respect she had. She just didn't want it from Usher. And it's funny because I did see a few girls then switch the tune up. It went from, oh, queen respect to, oh, yeah, nobody wants Usher's herpes, blah, 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 blah. Like trying to, because they can't admit they were wrong. They can't admit that they jumped the gun like a bunch of seals clapping their damn fins. They got played, thinking she was some sort of virtuous woman, which, again, stupid to even think that, because if she was truly virtuous and had self-respect, she wouldn't have been up on that stage, period. But she was up on that stage. She knew what she was getting into. And again, it's out there now. So, again, I just want to nip this in the butt, just out the gate. I wasn't about to go back and forth on Facebook with these girls. Honestly, like I said, I put one message out there where I felt like here's the thing, I didn't even come at nobody. I was just trying to give different perspectives, right? and more like an enlightening perspective, because it was just kind of mind-boggling, the fact that this was even like a stance, like, oh, go queen, for having some self-respect. But it's the fact that, my bad on the comment section. I'm seeing y'all come in. Yes, I can finally comment, LOL. Because you know what's going to happen. That's my whole point. You know what's going to happen. There's no pretending. So that was my whole point. I was trying to, in a very respectful way, I iterated why, I didn't think she was there for the self-respect. Like, I don't think that, that's not a thing for her. And in fact, because then they were also trying to dog him for kicking her off the stage. Oh yeah, go queen, you have self-respect. Good job crushing his ego. Blah 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 blah. And I'm like, and again, this is even before this other information came out. And it's like, my whole thing is one, she can't have self-respect if she's up there. Everybody knows what happens up there, so she clearly went up there knowing. And this was without me even having the full context. I didn't even know that it was him and Chris Brown and the ulterior motive of her, but none of that. But just off the facts of her being at this Usher, with the Usher performance, him doing the thing that is known to happen in every single one of his shows, to why women actually go up there, right? So my whole point is like there is no self-respect. She went up there knowing exactly what happens. Um, and Usher has every right to be upset because that's his show. This is his show. This is this was his stage. You know what I'm saying? Like he worked hard to put the stage, to have the stage. And even now, again, same thing. Even if it's Chris Brown, same thing. These artists worked hard, to amass the careers that they have. They put in the work to create that stage, right? But again, without me even knowing that it was the Chris Brown thing, in my mind, I'm like, this is his show, and you completely interrupted the show. She did, willing, no, and at that time, knowingly, like, and still knowingly, like, I don't care if you went up there hoping it was going to be Chris Brown, you still interrupted. You went up there and you interrupted the show. Like, this is part of the show. And again, not that I condone it. This is something that I also iterated, and that's that. And that's that. You know, um, that's that. I'm not saying that I condone it, right? I'm just saying that understanding the situation, right? Because yeah, I don't condone, you know, Usher or any other singer for that matter, dancing on a random woman. That I for sure don't condone. But at the same time, it's like that is his show, that is his stage. They worked hard to put that together. They do this, and women participate in this knowingly. They love that, right? Like there are women that love that. When I was at the Usher show with the wife, there was women that were in love with that whole concept, that were even just love the spectacle of it all. You know what I'm saying? Especially when he even does like the cherry thing. You know what I mean? So again, I thought I said that rather, well explained, to not, again, I didn't even come at the girl who posted it or any females for that matter yet at that time. And then actually, even on the second one, I still didn't. But, whole point is the moment I saw how they reacted to that first comment, I already knew, but I was like, well, you know what? I'm still gonna respond at least one more time. Maybe I can say it in a more layman's term way. Maybe I can dumb it down just a bit for them to understand that. And that's probably as far as I went to like say anything. And and then like I kind of just reworded in a way that was like for them to understand, like I don't condone this. I'm not saying that in any other, and I think I even said in any other scenario, I'm in agreement. It's like self-respect, that would have been okay, like that scenario, right? But again, that wasn't that is my whole point. You guys are wrongly categorizing this moment as if this was just like complete stranger, not knowing what's going to happen. And Usher comes, thinking he has some sort of sway and he's going to just come up on her. And it's like, that wasn't the case. So this weird, fictional reality that they created, which is a reality, is my whole point. That's essentially what I was just debunking, and like that isn't the case. And if that was the case, I'd back you guys up and say you're right, but you're wrong. And for me, it just seems like old girl was trying to was in it to try and steal the spotlight. Again, this was me before even knowing now the truth of the matter, and that's that she did go up there for the very purpose of getting danced on, and that's by Chris Brown. So, but before that, it just seemed to me like she knows what she's up there for. Like every woman that goes up there voluntarily knows, and there's no, even if like, again, and this is something I did even go back with the wife, is that even if it wasn't like even if she didn't know, right? Because the wife said like, oh well, we went to the Usher show, I didn't know. And I'm like, yeah, but even let's just say that that's the truth, there's no way that the team that works for Usher, that they don't go to these women that buy these VIP tickets and that they don't explain to them what's going to happen, because that's a lawsuit. So there's no way she went up there without knowledge of knowing what's going to happen. So there's this, you can't even say that that's a thing. She knew it. So in that case, the way I saw it is She went up there. She knew very well what was about to happen, and she chose to interrupt his show that he worked hard to put together, and essentially tried to steal the spotlight. But like I said, now the truth is out, and it's like, okay, well, it's actually even a little bit more ridiculous now that I know the actual truth. Nikki said she just wanted to be known for that girl that rejected Usher in front of the world. LOL. Yeah, I know exactly, exactly. Um, indeed. Yeah. So anyways, I just had to get that out there, and I hope the girl that posted that damn video and thought she was, yeah, and again, I didn't even bother going back after I posted that second post because I was like, I already know I'm talking to a bunch of airheads, and you know who you know those type of people I'm talking about that just only see it their way, and again, it's not even just about them being airhead women. Or like, there's just airheads, guys and girls out there that they stand on what they stand on. They can't see reason, they can't see logic, or they just can't see another perspective. They can't, to them it's their way or no way. It just, like, again, that's just how I already knew it was going to be, because there's just no way you can misunderstand what I said. So it's known that she was there for Chris Brown. So why didn't she? So that's the thing. She finally did speak up, Nikki. That's what happened. She finally did, and essentially confessed that she was up there to hoping to get Chris Brown to dance on her, or to get pulled by Chris Brown. And instead, it was Usher. But to be honest with you, like, again, that's why I said earlier, like, I don't know if it's that both Usher and Chris Brown's team are going up to the VIP and saying, you want to come up on stage, letting them know what's going to happen, that it could be either one, and they willingly participate, or if it's that they each get their own girls and bring them up. If it's that they each get their own girls and bring them up, then she's a fool, because, like, well, you got picked and pulled by Usher's team to go up there knowing it was going to be Usher, and you were hoping Chris Brown would come to you. Well, then that's kind of effed up. And yeah, you're wasting, exactly how you said, wasting Usher's time. Again, because, like, he's the one who put the show together, not you. Putting it in. Not you're good. But yeah, so anyways, like I said, I just want to nip that in the bud quick, put that out there. Low key, we might have some guests coming on. We'll see if they make it. But we'll keep it moving. So yeah, I don't know what you guys, obviously it looks like you guys are in agreement with me, but if there's anybody who has any other perspective, now's your time. Because honestly, I'm not going to address this again if nobody else comments on it, because that's I said my piece. Old girl was a hack. Like I said, the truth is out there now. She doesn't have self-respect, so let's set that clear, right? She. I'm not gonna go any further than that. I probably can, but and that's that. That's that. So, anyways, that's that. I'm not gonna touch on that anymore. Anyways, let's keep it moving. Low key, I had a pretty good weekend, I would say, or week as a whole, but weekend because I had family come out, come from out of town, and my uncles, they're heavy Yankees fans, So so obviously when they came out here, that the Yankees were technically still playing the White Sox in their series that they were here, which, again, kudos to the White Sox. And actually, let me just put this out there first. We are talking Chicago sports now. And let me just say, hats off to the White Sox. Let's start with that, right? Because, like I said, the Yankees came out here, they first faced the White Sox, and the White Sox managed to win the last two games in their 4-game series, making it a split series. Something about the White Sox, man. Something about the Chicago White Sox, just played really well, really, really well. And honestly, not not even just playing really well. They're number one in their division. They're number one in their division, and they recently just made a power move that shows that they're in. They mean business. They mean business. Um, and you know, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Now, anybody who knows, you know, I I love both White Sox and Cubs. Recently, it's been more Cubs than White Sox, but that's because it was just easy to. Because Cubs just are were for sure a better team for many years. You know, where the White Sox, it just there was no like what's going on. You know, but this year, this season, I don't. You know, young players getting it together, um, showing promising. Results. I would say, but recently, recently what they just did impressed me and just showed me, oh, these guys mean business. Where they literally just acquired veteran right-handed starter Luis Castillo from the Seattle Mariners in a four-player deal. Um, Essentially, I think they're covering the rest of his contract for this season, and they got him for I want to say I saw it somewhere, but I know that they're taking on the remainder of Castillo's contract for through 2027. Um, again, Castillo, man, he's a durable all star pedigree, fifth day arm type of pitcher. So again, this shows me that they're aggressively trying to what's the word that they use? Is it? I think it's buy their way into uh, essentially the wow, my mind just went blank. Anyways, whole point is they're in first place right now in the Central League. Um, and right now the only team in their division with their record. Um, and again, this pickup it means a lot. That actually, so now that means that they got Castillo in the rotation. I'm going to assume. I'm not so sure if that means that they're going to move uh, Eric Feddy, or I don't know how to pronounce his name. I imagine so. I saw somewhere that they're recalling Duncan Davitt. That I saw. Um, but again, to me, that just shows that they're making aggressive moves to be competitive even for this season. Not just like this is a team on the come up, but like even for this season, they're trying to be aggressive. I think the last I heard, Murakami's on a rehab assignment, but I mean that guy's for sure has to probably be the face of that team going forward. But again, I just want to give kudos to this team because nobody saw this coming. And when I say nobody, I mean nobody saw this coming. So again, hats off to the White Sox. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep playing good ball. I really can't wait to see what this new um, lineup of pitchers you got going. Like, how that's going to play out to your guys' ball game. But kudos to those guys for again forcing the split with New York Yankees. Again, it made for a good conversation between me and my uncles because again they're heavy Yankees fans. For those who know, I got family out in the East Coast. And also, let me know before I go even further. Let me know, guys, if how the quality is on the video because last stream was pretty bad. So I want to make sure that the tweaks I made actually are bearing fruit here. So please let me know how it's looking on your guys' end. But again, kudos to the White Sox, man. Kudos to the White Sox for doing their thing. It's they've been playing really good ball, and again, it's really good to just have both teams putting in good work. Although I will say for the Cubs, it's looking a bit shaky. I know we're dealing with some injuries, so it's like we got that going on, and we're kind of waiting on that to like, I guess you could say, take its place. Sorry, It's just but I will say before going even further than that. So because the uncles were in Chicago, obviously game one, we didn't go to game one between the Yankees and the Cubs, but obviously you guys, for those who saw the game, you know that the Cubs lost. I will say this: it sucks because they're not. It's not even like they're losing by heavy numbers. It's like it's contained games that can go either way, but just there's just not enough depth, in these certain games for the Cubs to pull through. Um, but anyways, the second game, Saturday night, we went to that game, and I just love that we went to that game because obviously that's the game the Cubs won, and I was really hoping we pull through again today, but they lost obviously 2-1. But man, yesterday's game was just so worth it. Um, we had again, my uncles were there with us, and obviously the game started great. For PCA brought in that first run. We got 1 point in the first inning. And then I think like I want to say, what was it, like 2 innings after that, maybe three. Yankees score, then it's 1-1, and then like maybe the following inning or 2 innings after that, home run by them, so it's 2-1. Then the very following inning, the bottom of the inning, corner gets that homer, so now it's 2-2, and then I can see my uncles, back on the like making excuses. I would say making excuses, saying, "Oh yeah, yeah." I mean, the Yankees got a weak lineup today. I don't know why, and they were wrong. I ain't gonna pretend like they were wrong, or pretend like they were off with that. The lineup was kind of, it was kind of a weak lineup, and they didn't bring out like their better hitters. But even for the Cubs, it was the same thing. Like Ramirez was out; he was a pinch hitter in the game. There was a few pinch hitters on the Cubs end too, but anyways, I want to say it was the seventh inning when things really picked up, and we had the two scores come in where then it was 4-2, and then the inning after that, then it was 5-2, and then obviously Cubs closed it out, and in true Cubs fashion. And actually, I want to say it was good because we were there, and initially, they for anyone who's been to a Cubs game, we sing the famous Harry Carey song, right? Like "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," whatever. So obviously the whole stadium, or park, I should say, singing along. The Youngs are there, and the game is still 2-2 at that point. And but it was like right after that song, that's when the Cubs scored those 2 points, and my uncle was like sitting down in dismay, like, oh man, and yeah, then like that again, that fifth point came in. I feel like we could have gotten six, but that whole Suzuki run to second and his foot coming off the base, and then getting tagged out. I do find that kind of like, I hate that's the other thing, because I feel like, look, you can't control physics, but I guess that's part of the game. You know what I'm saying? Like the finesse, like the technique, the subtleness of having that kind of control. I guess. I hate it because it's like he made it to second base before Buddy tagged him, but because he lost, his foot came up off the base. And then it was like, oh, you're out. So it was like, whatever. But yeah, like I said, it was still a good experience. Obviously, we got the win. So at the end of the game, for those true Cubs fans, they start singing that "Go Cubs Go" anthem, and just singing it there with the uncle, like all sad, but of course, he had to text me today, like, oh, told you it was gonna play out the way it played out. Yankees won, won that, won that series. So it's like, all right, but still, just 2-1. So like, don't get too excited. And like I said, it's all because right now we're Cubs are dealing with some injuries. So we're leaning heavy on the sorry guys, on the essentially the middle field defense. Sorry, the middle field defense. Right now we're struggling with the rotation structure because again, we got injuries. We're still waiting for what's his name? Got his name. No, that's what I'm looking at. There we go. Justin Steele. We're still waiting for Justin Steele. That's who we're still waiting on. But I don't know. So we'll see. I know that they recently added that. No, not recently, but pretty recent. The Josh Fleming cat. So we'll see. Again, Cubs still have a shot here. I really believe that. I really do believe that. It's just we really need to get some of these guys healthy. And get our a stronger rotation on the mound. But we got a squad, man. PCA Horner's pulling it, pulling some plays there. Who else? We got a shout out here. I want to say, who else? Oh, Swanson. Swanson's been doing his thing. Who else performed that game? There's players that are really performing well. So we got a squad. It's really that pitching depth. We need more depth, and we need healthy players before the deadline. At least if these guys can get healthy, we can determine who we're going to pick up. But I say still be aggressive. Make some aggressive moves, man. Like if you're really trying to win it, that's what I say. But we'll see what happens. Oh, my bad. I see you guys also on Facebook. Shout out to those on Facebook. I'm just seeing now. Okay, I see Nicky over here too. I was a huge fan back in elementary school, high school, but his tour right now, I don't know, weird. Okay, that's back to the Usher thing. Yes. It is. Again, like I said, I don't condone it, but to the point I was making, it is what it is. We got my sister over there. Shout out Cindy. Coque and Charlie looked like they wanted to cry. Yeah, exactly. And I'll be honest, it was a sweeter victory, especially because you know how it is. You know how guys are. The banter, the shit talk. You know what I'm saying? So that was happening, and for the Cubs to win that night, it was worth it. It was worth it. It was worth it. But so yeah, again, it's the Cubs have what it takes, and it's still a good team. I like what I'm seeing, but we still need more. I don't like these games that we're losing to such close deficits that I know that if we had a good, healthy team, we'd be looking at different numbers. We'd be looking at different stats right now. If we had more depth in the pitching. But overall, again, shout out to the guys that are picking up the slack where it is. Again, that midfield defense doing it, and I saw it on full display even at the game that I went to see. I'm like, wow, it is what it is. But even shout out to the pitcher. I can't remember who was pitching on Saturday night. He has a good amount of strikeouts. I was really impressed. I wish I remembered who was pitching that night. I'll look it up because man, he was really on fire. I ain't gonna stunt. Let's see. Ooh, Red Sox beat the Dodgers today. Let's go. And that's another team I'm going to talk about a bit just to give them their flowers. Standings? Oh man, you guys are killing me here. Stop loading. There we go. No, that wouldn't be it either. I forgot who was pitching. Let me see if I can actually find it here. Was it? I'm sure I can find it here. Was it David Peterson? I think it was Peterson who was pitching the other night. Yeah, I think he started the game the other night, and was it Caleb Dalbar? I can't remember who started, but I want to say it was David Peterson, and the amount of strikeouts he had was really impressive. And then you actually know what? Shout out to Shada too. What am I saying? Shout out to Shada. He's been doing a hell of a job too. But like I said, there's still plenty of time for this to turn around and them to make the moves they need to make. So I'm excited for I'm excited for both organizations, from the White Sox and the Cubs. Again, it's an exciting time and a good time to be a Chicago sports fan, especially if you're a fan of baseball. But it doesn't just stop at baseball. We'll get to that soon. I want to give a quick shout out to the Boston Red Sox, who really had a rough start of the season, and out of nowhere just found it in them uh, to really just pick up and put themselves in a position to uh, make them clear buyers, you know, to put them in the wild card mix, you know. So if they keep playing at this role at this rate, um, as well as like make the trades that they need to make, or pick up whoever they need to pick up, before the deadline. I think we're looking at it. They might be able to pull it off to make it into the. Now, do I feel like they'll win it all? Probably not. I'll be honest. I don't. As much as I'm a Red Sox fan, I don't know if they could do that. But they've been playing good, and I could, you know what? I could be talking on my ass right now, and I've done it before, right? Like those who've been following you, I clearly don't get it right all the time, So it very much could be that they actually prove me wrong and they win it all somehow. I will say, I mean, again, they're playing really good ball now. This mid of the season, you know, they're really heating up right now in this. I would say mid of the season, and like I said, sitting in a very good wild card position. Um, you know, if I feel though they still have to really make some aggressive moves, upgrades. I would say, especially at the shortstop, I would say catching position and even pitching depth too. They need some pitching depth as well. If they make those moves, they might be again a force to be reckoned with. Right now, I mean, I just saw they won against the Dodgers today. 8-4. So again, that's any team that could beat the Dodgers, I feel like that makes you a contender. But baseball's one of those sports. Also, it's like any given day, it can go in any direction. I don't know, but again, I just wanted to shout them out real quick because they have those who watched my previous shows. I was dogging them for a bit, especially being a Boston fan. You see the Celtics ball over there. Now that's a team. I have no idea what they're doing. I hope they know what they're doing. I just have no idea what they're doing. I can't back it up. But anyways, that being said, it is an exciting time to be a Chicago fan. I would say right now, watching the Chicago Bulls doing what they're doing, especially in the summer league. It's between Wilson and who's the other guy? Swain, right? Yeah, between Wilson and Swain, dude. Those guys really, really, really playing good ball, man. Playing good ball. Lots of great potential there. But shout out to Caleb Wilson and Dylan Swain, and a few other guys too. Let me not just make but those are the top guys right now that are playing really nice in the summer league. But I would say I'm really impressed though. I'm really impressed with I would say the new front of office leadership with Bryson Graham. I think he's got the right mission in hand, and that's complete rebuild. Like what I'm saying, like not this. Let's work with what we got and see what shifts we can make. No, it's like I'm ground up rebuilding, and that's the right move here. I think, in my opinion. And again, shout out even to the coach. I would say the new head coach, Thiago Splitter, who I mean, right now he's showing to be very hands-on, especially with the young core of the team. And he's even involved with the summer league, so that's also cool to see. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, this guy's really invested, and I think you can see kind of like his vision for the team. I would say. Kind of excited for the new center that we picked up on was it Claxton? So I think that was a big move. It'll be interesting also to see the role that I guess Julius plays on the team, Randall. I'm just really impressed with how aggressive they are being. Not too aggressive, but enough you can see they're making moves. They picked up Norman Powell. That was great. I'm like, yo, okay. I like that. I like that pickup. Zach Collins, that was a good one as well. Got Leonard Miller. They're making moves, man. It's again, it's do I think they're gonna win the championship next year? No, no, no. That's not the case. That's not the point. But they are going to be a team to be reckoned with, and I think we're going to see that once the season starts off. We're going to see that, and it's going to be a very. I think if the more this team plays together, you're going to see them create that chemistry between again front office to coaching to players. If this trickle down effect works, and if that same juju that's happening with the White Sox, because for those who know, White Sox, the owners of the White Sox, the same owners of the Bulls, right? Hence why I love that new White Sox jersey. That's Bulls fusion, like the red with the red and black, um, like the Bulls jersey and stuff. Like it's a play on that, like the Bulls jerseys for the White Sox. That's so dope. Like I like that concept. So that same juju though of that fire that's going out with the White Sox and then possibly becoming this new force to be reckoned with in their league and maybe in the entire MLB. We'll see. But and again, it's a young team that you see growing, and if it happens here with the Bulls, young team that grows, we might be back in that position we were a few years ago when we had a young team. With Rose and we had our veterans too, though. So I don't want to make it seem like a complete young team, but you know what I'm saying. But yeah, like I don't know. I'm excited. I guess I just feel excited because like you see the moves being made, you see them trying, you see again watching the summer league games. Wilson and Swain doing their things. It's like all right, but like there's a future here for the Bulls, and I'm here for it. Again, I am here for that. And again, Chicago, if you're a fan of the Chicago sports teams, it doesn't stop there with just the Bulls, even the Blackhawks. I'm sure those of you that follow, you know what I'm talking about. We recently just got our boy back. Patrick Kane is back for a 2-year deal. I mean, if you were here for the championship era of the Hawks, for the Blackhawks, Kane was that dude. So he just signed a 2-year contract with the Blackhawks. Excited for that. We got Bowen Bryant. He's arrived for a signed long-term contract. We also got Connor Bedard, new contract also. I know there's that shoulder scare too, though. So, everything, we're still kind of like on the fence, you know what I mean? But again, a lot of depth pieces in the free agency that we picked up. We picked up Ian Cole Smith, a defenseman. We got the forward. We got another defenseman with Dylan, Connor Mackey, Dylan Boucher, Connor Millimar. Again, I like what I'm seeing here with the Blackhawks. I don't know what's happening, man. I don't know what's happening in Chicago, but it just seems like a really good time to get excited about Chicago sports all in all. Like, not one missing a beat. The only one I'm not sure of, and I'll be honest, it's on me, guys, is the Chicago Fire. But look, I said it before. The only soccer I watch is when it comes to the World Cup. And shame on me because I know there's like a growth in the Chicago world or Chicago or soccer sport here in the States, especially with Messi playing at Miami. And actually, I think that's the next game is Chicago Fire versus Miami. I wonder how that's going. Man, but actually, if anybody has any news on that, let me know in the comment section. I know you watch the Chicago Fire one. I think you even went to a game recently. So if you got some insight on that, you can let me know in the comment section. But yeah, man, like I said, it's a good time to be a Chicago sports fan. Again, Blackhawk. I mean, when I saw that they got Patrick Kane back, I was like, yo, that's what actually got my attention. I ain't gonna pretend like I was watching everything. When I saw that, I was like, wait a minute, what's happening here? So when I saw the Patrick Kane pickup, I was like, whoa, what? And so I went and I'm like, yo, these guys are making some moves here. They're making some moves here. And again, they've had some pretty like the last 2 seasons have been pretty rocky. You see them trying to build up, rebuild, and it showed because you see the record kind of getting better and better in the gameplay. Um, but these moves right here, I feel like we might see actually a stellar season from these guys. So keep your eyes up open for that, Chicago fans, sports fans. If you into the Blackhawks, that's something to be excited about. And last but not least, let's talk about it. We have to talk about it. And that's obviously the Hammond Bears. I'm joking. I'm joking. It's not the Hammond Bears. It's for sure the Chicago Bears still. Until that becomes true. Until that becomes true. I will say, I don't like the fact that Illinois is playing around. Because here's the thing: Bears, the Indiana deal. Let's just say this is not a deal to be scoffed at, right? It's a good deal. It's not like it's a bad deal. But I think them, just like the rest of us, do not want to see this team go to Indiana. It just wouldn't feel right. It wouldn't feel the same. Like, can they still be the Chicago Bears? Sure. I mean, we all know that part of Indiana, it's like the adopted child of Chicago. You know what I mean? Like, it's technically Chicago, but you're the adopted one. When you're talking about Hammond, Gary, the harbor, like that whole area, East Chicago. It's East Chicago. That tells you everything you need to know. It's called East Chicago in Indiana, right? So, that whole, it's like I said, it's the stepchild of Chicago. Like you're somewhat Chicago, but you're not. You know what I'm saying? But nobody really wants to see that, right? So but again, it's not a bad deal. And the reality is the board has formally voted to advance a stadium development project in Hammond, Indiana. So it's not like it's not in the cards. It's very much in the cards. The reality is Illinois really needs to step up. They really need to step up. This all because they stalled the Arlington Heights plans. Which honestly I was excited for. Because honestly that would have given the Bears a whole lot of like financial power to make some really good moves in the future. So that's kind of, it just sucks. But the reality is, I think we all know Bears have to stay in Illinois, right? There's no way they can go to Indiana. But I say that to say that they already voted for it. You know what I'm saying? So like that's step number one. That's step number one to that moving forward. So, but again, there's plenty of potential here still in Illinois. I seen somewhere that there's new concepts from McCook, Illinois. So we'll see how that pans out. But anyways, enough of that. This 2026 Bears training camp right now at Halas Hall. Looking good so far. We got Caleb Williams over there. Not operating with DJ Moore, right? Without DJ Moore, I'm sorry, because he got traded, rightfully so, right? I think we all can agree that. As much as I put it on Caleb too, though. I still stand on that. I still feel that last play was just as much of a Caleb problem and his fault as it was DJ Moore's fault. I'm gonna be honest. I still stand on the fact that he should have ran that, got that first down, got the field goal. Bears would have won. I'm going to stand on that. I'm not going to change my mind on that. That's just it's what it is, guys. Anybody, if anybody feels different, you tell me. You tell me if I'm saying that wrong. To me, run it. You should have ran. You sent all your receivers out. They bought it. Run it. There's plenty of space. You have the speed. Get that first down. Simple as that. But anyways, let's not stay stuck in the past. But whole point is it's an exciting time, to be able to see, what Ben Johnson is trying to do with the Bears, leading into this new QB centric offense that we haven't seen in a while. It's I want to say for the past couple of years, it's before Ben Johnson, I'd say. I feel like it was run heavy. Nothing wrong with that when you have good or good backs, but you know you can only do so much, right? But and I always say this: I feel like what the Bears lacked for a long time was more of an offensive line than it was anything. But anyways, we got obviously Roma Dunze. He's been fully cleared medically. That's good news. 100% ready to go. And which again, we need that to fully complement Williams. Caleb Williams' weapons early in the camp. Um, we got Terrell Smith back, so that's going to be good as the secondary depth behind Johnson or Jalen, and Stevenson. So that's great, and obviously Montez Sweat. You know, he was apparently sick. It looks like so he was on the non-football injury list due to that. So once he gets obviously better, he'll be cleared, and him as our defensive end, that's going to be great. So again, shout out to Poles. Let me just say that. Shout out to Ryan Poles, man, the general manager, man. He's really he's really made some moves on top of it, as well as obviously the coach that he hired, Ben Johnson, and we're seeing a lot of potential here with the Bears. Um, and obviously, what we need to see is them. Obviously, I would say we have the weapons. That's what's clear right now. Caleb Williams has all the weapons to be a great rhythm passer, right? We got tight end core with we got great receivers, from Loveland, tight end with Loveland, and I think we still got this dude too. What's his name? His name's eluding me right now. I can't think of his name. But obviously we got a Doomsday, we got Burden the third or Luther Burden. So he's got weapons on that end. Defensively, I feel like we still gotta hone in and figure out what we're doing there. But I feel like if we can execute what I know Johnson is trying to execute with the offense, um, we're gonna for sure be that kind of offense that pressures defenses to, essentially being one of the top scoring teams in the league. The problem now is just can we get defense to hold it down? But that's essentially what we got to work on, right? William last year, I know he had that he got that passing record, right? What was it? 3,942 yards uh, with a 27-7 touchdown interception ratio. Um, and obviously his comeback ability along with the team was great. But the problem is it's that completion. When I saw that number, I'm like, yeah, that was for sure a problem, right? He had a 58.1% completed pass percentage. So if he can tighten that up, get better percentage in completions, reduce even furthermore the turnovers, man, we are going to be a force to be reckoned with offensively. And that's exciting to see. So again, if you're a Bears fan, Blackhawks fan, Bulls fan, Cubs, Sox, it's an exciting time to be a fan, a sports fan in Chicago. Um, and I'm here for it, man. I'm really excited about that. Again, yes, I'm definitely scared for what's going to happen with the stadium stuff. When I say scared, I mean a little bit because I'm like, I just don't see no. And granted, the lease is all the way till 32, so there's no, they're 2032, so there's no reason to there's still plenty of years left for that lease to run out. So I'm sure that's what Illinois is betting on, and that's kind of like why they don't feel that there's an urgency here. What they fail to realize is the Bears also have to figure out what they're doing before they get there. So you can keep playing all these games you want, but if you keep, let's just fuck around and find out, excuse my French, you're gonna find out Hammond is a really good deal for the Bears. It just is. It's not a bad deal. So, hence why they voted for it to move forward with that. So, that's that. Anyways, last but not least, when we're talking sports, I definitely want to cover this a bit, and that's for sure the NBA trades and pickups. We talked about it last time we were here with Pinzone and Silos, Real Talk Productions. Shout out to the homies. But The one that happened recently, most recently, I would say, um, that we haven't touched on, is for sure, obviously, the LeBron to Philly, which I'll be honest, um, we talked about it last. We actually we talked about the potential of where he's going. Right, we all knew he was going somewhere else, but we spoke about the teams that were potential teams, and Knicks or not the Knicks. I'm sorry, Philly 76ers. That's where he ended up going, which we both I think we all agreed was going to be a powerhouse of a team now. Because now you're talking LeBron, you're talking Embiid, you're talking uh sorry, you're talking now you just picked up Jalen Brown, right? You're still talking about Maxey's still there, Edgecombe, you know what I'm saying? Like they got a squad now, man. They got a squad. Like, you know. Now I'll be honest though. Is it enough? Is it enough? Not yet. Not yet. But make no mistake, like we still got plenty of time. First off, we're still in the off season, and even if the season were to kick off, they still got to the trade deadline to make those moves to pick up whatever players they need to become a team with depth, right? Enough depth to let's just talk about it. Actually, take down the champions of last year, right? The Knicks. The Knicks had depth, you know, and the way they play too is just again, it's look at those finals, man. They were down, those the last couple games, and they came back up and won those games. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's the when we're looking at Phillies now new top four, they can hang with New York. I would say that. I would say that. Um, but the reality is, Knicks still have a cleaner two-way structure, deeper rotation. And again, the way they played in the playoffs and in the finals shows that. Um, so is it enough to take down the champs? Is the question. I don't think so just yet. But man, oh man, are they a team to be ready? And they already were, right? They were in the playoffs, right? So it's not like this was there. You know what I'm saying? They're already a team. Now they got LeBron. And look, everybody knows I'm not the biggest LeBron fan. Right? I still think he's I don't know. I don't know what to call it. I want to be nice. But I just feel like I just can't get past his. I always call him King Flop. You know what I'm saying? La Flop James, right? Because I've never seen a big man of that size, get knocked down by a scrawny little dude. Or not, I say scrawny, but compared to him, there's scrawny dudes and something like this. I can't stand. I really can't stand when any player does that. But really, it's him that irritates me because, like, dude, you don't even have to do any of that. Like, you play well enough. You know what I'm saying? Play the game, but it's part of the game. That's the sad part. That technique is part of the game. Unfortunately, that's just what the NBA has become. Um, but yeah, again, it's just the overall moves we've seen again from Giannis to Miami, LaMelo to Minnesota. Like, what are we? This time we're living in. You know what I'm saying? You know, Jalen Brown traded for Paul George. Like that's, I'll be honest, that you know that switch for the Celtics. Celtics have to prove to me what they have in mind here. I have no idea what they have in mind. And again, not that they traded Paul George for Jalen Brown, just weird swap. You got rid of Jalen Brown, get Paul George. I still don't know what's going on. Kawhi Leonard to Toronto. Middleton to Washington. Again, it's the league is going to be interesting. Like I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. I love this. I ain't gonna lie. I love this. I love this. It's like Trey Young to the Wizards. I forgot stat. Dang. Zubac to Pacers. Jeez. Yeah. You know. Yeah. Honestly, it's the moves that have been made this offseason really crazy to me, you know? So it's definitely going to be an interesting year coming up in the NBA. And I honestly, I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm really interested to see how this plays out. Obviously, we got a long way to go, and we're still in baseball season, baby. You know what I'm saying? So, again, I'll be happy if any of my boys make it. Chicago Cubs, Chicago White Sox, even, I'll root for them too. Boston Red Sox, if they surprise me somehow, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Anyways. Anyways, let's get more into let's try and bring this in to the main subject matter here, right? Brand new day. Let's I'm not gonna get there yet, but let's hone in over there. Let's just make our way there, right? Um, First and foremost, let's talk about the lanterns, man. Let's talk about lanterns. Um, Obviously, you guys know how I feel about DC so far, where we're at with that. But man, I just can't make sense. I just can't make sense of the creative choices here. Now, it's crazy because I did see somewhere where apparently James Gunn is now going to try and incorporate the John Stewart lantern into Man of Tomorrow, I think is what I saw somewhere. But and he's already incorporating obviously his lantern, his Green Lantern from the movie, from his movies, from the Superman movie, or from even Peacemaker, whatever, the Guy Gardner one. He's trying to incorporate. If you watch the trailer, he's incorporated now in the new Lanterns trailer. So like we now know he's there. But man, like it's just so unimpressive. You know, I'm just like so unimpressed. Like, and it's sad. Like I hate to say that because I'm actually like, as you can see in the background, I'm a big DC fan. Like Green Lantern is one of my favorite superheroes in DC. When it comes to who do you like, like the versus, but like when it's always like who do you think can take on Superman? Obviously, between writers and obviously the DC, I don't know what to call it, I guess, mantra or not mantra, but like, how things work. I don't know what to call it. Superman can't, he's the guy that can't be beat. He's such, he's the hero that, whatever. But when you like look at like, what certain heroes can do, right? So when it comes to who can give Superman a run for his money, one of my immediate choices is Martian Manhunter. I think people sleep on Martian Manhunter. And it's always they always go like, but fire is his vulnerability. And it's like it is and it isn't. You know what I'm saying? It is and it really isn't. But you would only know that if you read the comics. But yeah, the sad part about it is I think because the reality is I think if you don't give Martian Manhunter that kind of kryptonite, so to speak, or a weakness, he really is an OP character. That for sure I think would overshadow Superman. Maybe not. And then when I say overshadow, I mean in sense of like power scaling. But that being said, I still think he does to a certain degree. I think he does give Superman a run for his money and should come out on top more often than not. But again, Superman is Superman, whatever. But all that to say, Green Lantern is one of those other guys that I say low key. We sleep on him because he's not superhuman technically, but it's when you know what the ring can do, that's where it's like Green Lantern really can mess up Superman. So, anyways, I say that to say that again, I'm a big fan of the Green Lanterns. So when I say that I want this Lantern show to do well, I need it. The problem is unfortunately we're still under the everything DC, with the exception of the Reeves universe, and thank God Reeves is standing on business. And that's that. It's being run by James Gunn. Everything is under his thumb. And we saw what happened with Supergirl. That's not because of whatever reasons they came up with to why didn't do it. Like, no, it's because it was just a booty trash movie that James Gunn put together. That's his cut, not even Greg Gillespie's cut. Sorry, I didn't butcher his name too bad, but it's not even his. It's not. It's really not his film. You know, he's on record saying that. So this is out there now, right? And it just seems like this man can't keep his hands off of anything. You know, it's like he needs to have creative control over everything. It looks like. Because if I was the director of Lanterns, I would have had the keen sense, the wisdom to say, James Gunn, you got your own Lantern, Green Lantern, you're working with, do that. But this whole director, even this director of this show, and even he's a goofball. So like that again, it's not even surprising. But if it was the right guy, he would have had enough sense to say, like, no, man, like what I'm doing with Lanterns is my thing. I don't, I don't know what you're doing there. I don't know if it's gonna work well. I don't, like Green Lantern you got isn't what I'm going for. And that's the sadder part is when you watch this trailer, it's like they're not even trying. Again, I still don't even understand why the Green Lanterns or why the Lanterns in the show have a uniform. Anybody who knows anything about Green Lanterns, there isn't a uniform outside of what comes out of the construct of the ring. That's the crazy part. They put on the ring, the uniform forms. It's not like something you can hang in a freaking closet like they showed in the trailer. So that part's weird. I'll say this. I don't want to bash it too crazy. There are some moments within the trailer that look good. But it's just sad because you're looking at it, it's like it's empty because you're looking at it. First off, I like the actor who's playing Hal Jordan. I just don't like the way they have him playing Hal Jordan. And I'm not even sure I'm comfortable with the fact that he's old or older than Jon Stewart. I don't like that personally because of the iterations I've seen, they're all really, they're not too far apart in age. It's not like Hal Jordan is some sort of like the ones I've seen, or even the comics I've read. It's not like that. It's so it's like this idea that I don't know what they're going for there. They're really making Hal Jordan appear to be like the antagonist, somehow there's like all this hate towards him. I don't get that. I don't. That's just weird to me. This whole competition between John's like, he's got my ring, whatever. Like, it's weird. It's just a weird thing. You know what I mean? It's a weird thing. I don't know. I'm not too big on how they're going about it, to be honest. And again, it just sucks because I feel like this should be good. Like, like Lanterns, Green Lanterns, for that. I don't know why it's called Lanterns, but Green Lantern deserves to have like an epic thing about it. It's again, these are, it's an intergalactic, police space force. You know what I mean? Even like the Guardians being human. I think that like, what are we doing here? Right? We all know that they're supposed to look like something close to like the Munchkins from Willy Wonka, but with bigger heads. Even the Manhunters, they're different from what I remember. I don't recall them being like shapeshifters, but again, maybe they are in other iterations. So I don't know. There's just a lot going on right now that I'm just not a fan of. But I wouldn't be surprised. Let me just say this. I won't be surprised if somehow there's an audience for it because, look, again, reality is the actor that they do have for Hal Jordan, he's a pretty well-known actor and a good actor at that. And obviously, the Pierre guy playing John, all the women love him, something Pierre, that's Mufasa, that whole thing, right? That was a thing. I had to hear that for a while there with the wife and her friends. So that was my life for a while. But again, like I say this all to say that, I'm just not as excited for it. And I would want to be because, again, I am a fan. I am a fan of Lanterns, Green Lanterns, DC. So I would want it to be good, but I just don't think it's going to be. So that being said, that's kind of a downer for me, low key. And then Then we got Clayface. I'll be honest. There's a lot of my friends and colleagues. um, a lot of them for sure aren't vibing with the Clayface, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them because it is what it is, right? Like, um, especially when I hear that it's part of you know James Gunn's universe. That's the part that's disappointing because it's like it shouldn't be. Another good point that I came across that somebody mentioned was that you know because and I say this to say because I know recently I said it could do well because look at Joker, right? Joker was a solo villain film, did really well. I mean, really well. And then Penguin being a solo villain series, no Batman. And I said that when I say solo, it's like the protagonist that's usually part of the story plot because there's actually the story. The antagonist is, the feature. But when you got films like Joker that doesn't even have Batman, does a billion, Penguin, um, again, no Batman, just Penguin and Gotham and the villain underworld, right? Or crime underworld, right? Criminal underworld. Um, so it could do well, right? I figured, and like so, Clayface being solo, no Batman involved, it could do well. Um, Now, Sil brought up a good point, and that's that. But who's this actor that would drive people to be interested? Because that's something I didn't think about, and I thought that was a good point. Like Joker was walking Phoenix. People know what they're getting with him. Like you're getting like what I'm saying, Oscar worthy performance from that guy. You know what I mean? Um, Todd Phillips, for that matter, kind of already proved himself to do good movies. With the Hangover and stuff. So, and obviously that was more comedy. So I think people were there was an intrigue to see like, man, well, what's he gonna do here? Then when you saw the trailers, the music, the score, it all made like it all it was a vibe. There was a thing happening. But again, it was Walking Phoenix. That's important, and it had not even just Walking Phoenix as the main character, and then you had a good supporting cast with other characters in the film. With dude who plays Thomas Wayne, the lady. Go see him. Is this guy worthy of my? I'm looking at his work here of what he's been in before, and I don't know. I've never seen this movie White Lines. I've never seen the movie Dragonheart Battle for the Heartfire. I never saw Ironclad Battle for Blood. Sissy and I, Suspicion, Kandar, The Gentleman. I saw The Gentleman. I don't remember even seeing him in that movie. Um, so there goes that. You know what I mean? Um, who is this? Like, why should we go see this guy? And then when you're looking at the cast, I do recognize Naomi Aki. I'm hoping I'm butchering her name. I do recognize her. Yeah, I saw her in Mickey 17. I remember her from there. I remember her from let's see the show. Yeah, Lady Macbeth, the Thursday Murder Club. I do, seen her in that. Star Wars. Yep, the right. Yep, I remember that. So I recognize her. But is that enough? Like that's not enough. Like she's not like even the movie I'm mentioning. That's not like crazy known for that to pull anybody. Max Minghella. I don't even know. He seems familiar, like I've seen him, but yeah, okay, I know this guy. But still, like this guy isn't like I don't I would I don't think of him as a top tier actor of that status. Now, granted, what I've seen him in, he's good in, right? I remember The Handmaid's Tale. I remember that. Spiral, he was good in that. I'll give him that. The Internship, he was good in that. But nothing crazy to be like again. Like this is it. This is worth the watch. No, the only guy that probably is this Eddie Marson guy. That I think is probably one of the better casts. Anybody who's watched Ray Donovan, he was great in that. He was great in Sherlock Holmes. He was great in Hancock. I do remember from The Gentleman. You know, um, but again, is this who you're gonna go watch the movie for? I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm just not convinced. So yeah, I gotta say, I don't know if they have. I don't think this has what it takes. Now, I will say the trailer looks crazy. This looks like it has potential. As long as this guy does not become a part of it, I'm sure it'll be well. I'm sure it'll be a good movie, and I'm gonna probably watch it because I mean, it's a Batman villain. I have to. Like everybody knows, Batman's my. That's what that's my wheelhouse. So I will for sure. I am interested in seeing him play face movie. I just hope they don't fumble it so much that I hate it because I know it's not going to do well in theaters. So that I'm not talking about that. I'm sure it won't do well because, like I said, I don't. There's just no names to pull you in that to go see this movie. That's just the sad truth. Uh, even the director, right, James Watkins. Um, he's definitely a horror film director. It looks like, or maybe even thriller for that matter. But he doesn't have that much under his belt. So this is the guy he went with. It's kind of crazy. Um, yeah, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like they wanted this to fail. I don't know, man. Again, it's weird. It's a weird thing. Here's the crazy part. I just don't know why him, why the actor you went with, why the director you went with. I don't know, man. It's just they're they didn't want this to do well. Just that's what this show again, and this is all under James Gunn, his DC studio, him and Peter Safran. They gotta go. They gotta go. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. I can't I just can't pretend like I'm not witnessing what I'm witnessing here. You know? Meanwhile, meanwhile, what's really exciting, and why I always promote this, and that's recently we had that interview between with Zack Snyder and Frank Miller, right? I shared that the last time I went live, you know, and you got these two legends, man, two legends, you know, an unforgettable night with the legend himself, Frank Miller's mastery, which low key I want to get the book they were promoting of Frank Miller's. Um, has shaped so much of modern storytelling from The Dark Knight Returns to Sin City and beyond. Don't miss his powerful new book, Push the Wall: My Life, Writing, Drawing, and the Art of Storytelling. A masterclass in creativity from one of the all-time greats. Highly recommended. Pick it up now. So pick it up now. Pick it up now, guys. Push the Wall. Um, Again, man, just absolute legend. And I love this. I love this here. Yeah. So for those who don't know, obviously that's the Dark Knight Returns animated movie they did. And then obviously right into the sequence of Zack Snyder kind of capturing that same shot, but for BVS. Again, one of the reasons why I love Zack Snyder, BVS, Batman vs Superman, one of my favorite films of all time. Um, this is why I'm where I'm at with this. Why it's like it has to be hashtag Restore Snyderist because just what we got now is just I can't as a DC fan, I just can't condone it. And it's not that it's the worst thing. Like I'm not gonna say it's the worst thing ever, but it's not good. It's not really that. It's not that really. It's really not that good. And I feel like anybody who's watched Supergirl knows what they're in for now. They didn't see it in Superman because they wanted it to be good. I'm just gonna say that. But what you got in Supergirl is what you essentially get in Superman. Go rewatch Superman and you'll see what I'm talking about. This isn't James Gunn's forte. I don't know. Again, I said it before and I'll say it again. I don't know how this man finessed his way into becoming the head of DC Studios or co-head of DC Studios. It's crazy to think, to know that we live in this world, that that's the truth. But that's what happened, and I don't know how he finessed his way in there because this isn't what he should be doing. Creature Commandos, that's his bag. Hell, I've said it before. Suicide Squad, that's actually his bag. It just sucks because he played with something that was already done. You know what I'm saying? That was my only issue with that. Is like, bro, you touched something that was already done, and I actually like the adaptation that was done. Um, and I just don't like what you did here. Or if you were going to do a Suicide Squad, just keep the main players out of it. But it's hard to because there was no way he can avoid using Amanda Waller, and even he made her look goofy as hell. Opposite of the cold, part of my friend's bitch we got in, David Ayer's Suicide Squad. And I still want to see his director's cut of that film. So that's still a thing. Hashtag release the air cut. Um, but this is what I'm excited for, you know. Um, Two legends, and then this was great. This was great. Zack Snyder just being great at the things he does. Um, oh yeah, yeah. But anyways, you get the point. And shout out to you guys that were there and recorded some of the some of the interview, to those that recorded all of the interview, and shout out to those that shared it with me. Like, I know Koj was there. Shout out Koj, man. Shout out Pili. Uh, who else was there? Hell, Skywalker was there. Shout out him. I think he's the only one that I think I saw had the full interview. So shout out to him for getting that. Um, and there was someone else though. I feel like I'm missing somebody. There's a few people there, from the movement that were recording it, and recorded good moments. But like I said, the last I saw, Skywalker had the whole thing. So shout out to him, man. Um, that was, again, great interview. Great interview. I think the highlight of that interview for sure was, if they're gonna do the Dark Knight Returns movie. Personally, I'd love to see that, but at the same time, I'm like kind of like jaded about it because I'm like, we kind of got like a glimpse of that in Batman versus Superman. I don't know if I really care to see that, in the big screen. If I'll be honest, unless we do like Dark Knight Returns 1, maybe that, yeah, maybe something like that. You know, that would be cool. But Dark Knight Returns, Dark Knight Returns, Part Two. Where he faces against Superman. I'm not so sure. We need that again. Um, since we already got that. I don't know if you can I don't know if you want to hubrisly try and reinvent that fight that is already epic that we got in Batman vs Superman. Um, but anyways, that being said, I had to touch on that. I had to. If I'm going to talk, DC, I got to bring up Restore the Snyderverse, and obviously, I'm also going to talk Marvel. Obviously, before I get into Spider-Man brand new day though, let me give a in between here and say, like, shout out to the Odyssey guys. Shout out shout out to the Odyssey. Real talk. Um, they deserve an applause. Um, Record numbers. Let's see if I can find it. I had it here earlier. Bam, here we go. 911 million worldwide. Let's go. With roughly 396 million domestic and 560 million international as of the latest reporting. Um, this is Nolan's biggest global opening ever at roughly 264 million worldwide, driven by a 123.5 million domestic debut and a strong IMAX attendance. Look, I ain't even gonna lie. That IMAX attendance is a real thing. And it's like specifically the 70 millimeter thing. Remember what I told you guys last week that I was trying to order those tickets in advance and it was already not even in advance, but in the sense like when we tried looking for it was sold out. And when it was sold out like into the following week, when I tell you it's that The 70 millimeter one that's in Chicago or close to Chicago, it's like sold out going 4 weeks in advance almost. Like I was only barely able to find two seats for me and the wife to go watch it again. What is it? August 21st, right? That's where we're at. That's how people like how much people are trying to see that movie in that format still, going that far in advance. I thought, like, what I'm saying, I thought it would have, but it makes sense. That's the only theater here, so it's kind of like, damn, we need more of these theaters because it's kind of sad that I have to wait this long to watch it again in that format. Make no mistake, though, I'm gonna watch it again, probably like in Dolby. I heard that was also a good experience, watching it like a Dolby Atmos theater because of the sound and how like, even the I think it was like a laser screening, like a whatever it's called, that technology. Um, so I'll probably even watch it like that before even watch it like that because I'm sure I'll be able to find those tickets. Maybe, hopefully, we'll see. Honestly, I didn't even check. I should go check. I'll probably be just as. And it wouldn't surprise me again. It wouldn't surprise me, but um, I just had to shout them out real quick because that's an accomplishment on its own. This is what kind of two things. One, I would say kudos. I would say to the marketing of the film. Kudos to the promotions of the film, like the press release. I'm still coming across videos that are are coming out that for sure were done prior, probably prior to the movie coming out. Um, but they're still like releasing it in a way that keeps people engaged with this movie. Um, and yeah, no surprise, no surprise. And it's just again, what I like about it is that it's not, your typical, I guess, comic book movie type thing that is obvious to, or that not obvious, but it should make good money, which we'll get into that also for Spider-Man Brand New Day when we get there. But yeah, it is. Don't get me wrong. It is a superhero type story in its own right. It's like probably like one of the first in a sense. Not really. We can get into that, but that's kind of thinking. But like when it comes to like Western literature, it's essentially like the first of its kind. You know what I'm saying? When you're talking about epic hero stories, Um, but anyways, I digress. The whole point is that it's good to see that it's doing well in theaters. And I think even the genius of shooting it all in IMAX in its own way is its own boost. Like it's forcing people to pay more for tickets to go watch it in an IMAX, theater, rather than the price you could get. You could pay to watch it standard, which I said last time. Don't deprive yourself of watching the movie just because you can't watch it in IMAX. It's still a good movie, even in a regular sitting, and I'm gonna do that too, probably just to even just so I'm not a liar. Maybe make sure I'm telling the truth there. But I'm no. Look, I don't even have to see it like that to know. I again watching the movie, seeing the story, the acting, the score, the everything about that movie, the visuals. Um, it's worth the watch, even in standard format if that's how you watch it. Um, Anyways, that being said, moving on to Marvel stuff now, right? I do want to give flowers to the show. I don't know if I have. I feel like I have this banner here because I've been intending to do so, and I just haven't, I think. But this show really is worth talking about, and that's Spider Noir. If you have not watched Spider Noir, actually, honorable mention before I get into this. Uh, Ted Lasso, new season is about to come out. I will say that last season of Ted Lasso, you could. There's nothing worse than shows that try and involve themselves in politics, or like you could see that they cater to the cultural, political atmosphere of things. And so it kind of was like, the virtue signaling thing kind of just gets annoying after a while. But so you saw it happen here, the shift in how they wanted to do things. You kind of saw it creeping the season before the last season, but they really went heavy in this last season that they had. Even that, with all that though, it was still a funny show to watch. I really enjoyed it, and even just took a message in there too. Um, and a good story. I think there's a good story there too. Still, I mean, I will say this: I like that. Apart from the things that they obviously like blatantly just switched around just for the sake of virtue signaling, even plots that you thought were the case or that you were kind of even rooting for, the fact that they kind of like take you on a spin. It's like, oh, not that, like I did like that about it. I did like that about that show. Um, but I'm excited for this new season, regardless of like I said with those the nitpickings that I have for that last season. I'm still excited for this new season. Me and the wife both. And another honorable mention, which I will say, I'm still not done watching it, but I'm enjoying what we're getting, and it's kind of funny because it feels like they're doing something new, but I feel like they're also taking it back a bit to how they used to do things, just probably a little bit even slower and shorter. So that's kind of the part that I'm a bit like. It kind of works because it's like, all right, cool. Like I can watch this. Like this could be one of those shows that I can put on real quick to watch, and then like if I'm not trying to stay stuck watching something for an hour. Um, so that's kind of cool. But at the same time, it's kind of like I kind of do miss when it was like longer, I guess. But it's The Bear. I love The Bear. That's one of my favorite shows. That new season just came out not too long ago, but um, watching that, and again, it's kind of a good story. I like the story there. I will say, someone who now just got out of culinary classes and had to learn, the food handling stuff, the allergens, whatever, all that stuff. There are some things that I picked up that I'm like, and then kind of even like working in that sphere of things, I'm like, I feel like some things they are kind of over exaggerating or like they do over the top, and some things I'm like, yo, like you're not supposed to do that in the kitchen, but but it still makes for a good show. Again, I think you have to kind of do these things to like obviously sell the show. So, but all that to say, it is a good show and it's worth the mention. But back to Spider Noir. Um, it was good because I felt like it was uh just different. It was cool watching it in both color and the black and white noir style. Um, and I'll tell you this much: I feel like it's actually meant to be watched that way. Um, Even though I know Nicolas Cage is on record saying it's meant to be watched both ways. Like and again, I did enjoy it in color too. Don't get me wrong; it is cool in color. But there's certain sequences you realize like I think that's meant to be like, and then when you watch it, it's like yeah, like the exposure and like certain the way shadows play and in the black and white setting, some things you just can tell like, oh, that was meant for that. That type of style of watching. But the story was good, man. It was such a good story. Um, it's cool because it's not Peter Parker, so that's cool. But it's like it's an alternate universe Spider-Man, from the multiverse of Marvel, and it was just cool. It's like a very much it's he's more detective than he is scientist genius kid. He's just pure detective. The way he becomes a Spider-Man, for that matter, is completely different from what we're used to. Um, it was dope. It was really dope to watch. Um, and it actually even felt like, oh, we got Real Talk Production in the comments section. He said, "I love to see a live action Batman or Superman in that era setting." Yeah, same, same. I agree. Uh, yeah, I think you can. I think they can knock that out the park with Batman for sure. That you know, kind of like that Gaslight, Gotham by Gotham by Gaslight, something like that, or whatever that animated movie was. Um, Kind of had that aesthetic. I really did like that. Um, but yeah, it was such a good show. Like I said, seeing him as a detective, he's trying to be more detective than and kind of like cast a Spider Man to the side, or whatever. Um, it was cool to watch. You had their version of Flint, and Sandman. I mean, you could tell it's low budget, but you learn you appreciate you kind of learn to appreciate the fact that it was low budget, and um and that's why I say like certain sequences you can tell like it works better for that aesthetic in black and white. Um contrary to color, because then it feels like you're watching like one of those old movies, like you know, like that old school, you know, and wow, The Wizard of Oz. I don't, you know, there's the one that's still in black and white, and then there's the colored version, you know, that they kind of like redid after. But that black and white version, it's kind of like that, you know, because again, the way they shot it, the way they filmed it, it's meant to give you that vibe. So when you watch it in color, it's a bit. Some parts are a bit funny and I don't want to say phony because it's not like that either, um, but it's you know, like I said, it's you can tell like you know, it's a they're like backdrops of like paintings or something more than it is like a motion screen, right? So like the clouds are in place, and then the only thing they have again, it's like very old timey kind of shooting of that series, but it was still so entertaining because it was like a merge of that into the modern era. So the way they still did some cool things, you know, with his power sets, you know, his web swinging and things like that. So it still has that element. So it's like, oh, okay, you know, so it still feels modern, but then you kind of see like this callback to like those that shooting of movies, but and it makes sense because it's taking place in that era, you know. So that was kind of cool. Um, Real Talk Production says, yeah, I was always a fan of George Reeves of George Reeves setting. Yeah, yeah, 100%, 100%. You know, so yeah, again, like it's worth the watch. My whole point, again, if we're talking Spider Man, make sure you watch Spider Man if you haven't watched it. It's really cool. It's a really cool show. Funny, lots of cool action, very noir detective style. You know, movie or series, as well as like you know, gangster. You know what I'm saying? Like again, it's very much that era. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. It's really cool. I like what they did there. I had to shout it out because I'm not sure if I shouted it out yet. I'm not sure if we talked about it enough, but in the spirit of talking Spider-Man, I had to bring that up. But let's get into it. Spider-Man Brand New Day. Guys, first off, let's talk about it. Already estimated to have opened up to 927 million worldwide so far, making it the second biggest opening in box office history. Second to Avengers Endgame. That's insane. You're talking about a Spider-Man movie. Now, granted, I'm gonna say it's a solo, but it's not solo, but it is. Like it's more of a Spider-Man solo movie than what James Gunn tried to pretend Superman was. Where Superman was an ensemble film, no doubt about it, right? But again, not to beat up a dead horse, Spider-Man Brand New Day is still in essence a Spider-Man solo film with features or cameos of you know Punisher. I don't know if I should say because I don't know if it'll ruin anything, but I feel like this is no knowledge. Jean Grey, you know, the villain. What you know, you have villains like Scorpion and actually a bunch of villains. Uh, you know, I don't want to get too crazy into it. We know the hands in it. I think I kind of ruined with the Scorpion. I'm not sure if we all knew that. I'm not sure if that was in the trailer. But anyways, the hand is in it. You know that. You know, so anybody who's watched, you know, the Marvel Netflix Marvel series, you know, the hand is a thing. Whatever. You know, you saw them in Daredevil. You saw them in Iron Fist. Um, but anyways, I said that to say that again, very much still a Spider-Man movie though, right? And it's second to the Avengers Endgame. That's crazy. Avengers Endgame is an ensemble with all these heroes, including Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Doctor Strange. Oh, Doctor Strange. Does he make an appearance in this one? No, he doesn't. We know the Hulk's in there, right? He was in the trailer, so you know we had Hulk. But the Hulk, you know, whatever, you know, like Black Widow, you know, Black Panther. uh, the Winter Soldier, Falcon, Ant Man, like the ensemble, the Guardians of the Galaxy were in the Avengers Endgame. You know what I'm saying? Like um, the whole, you know what I'm saying? It's second to that. That's wild. That's wild. Um, so like kudos to Spider or Sony. Kudos to Sony. Uh kudos to Disney. Um, I mean, they're doing it. You know what I'm saying? And I'll say this much: like watching the movie, it makes sense somewhat. No, a lot of what, but I'll be honest. There's some things I have issue with. Um, Now I will say this, right? Just to keep it a buck, right? Because that's what I do here. I will say this: my biggest disappointment, and I'm just gonna say it so you don't go into disappointed, and that's that we all were kind of expecting Daredevil to be in there, and he's not in there. I'm just gonna say it. You guys deserve to know. I don't like the fact that they didn't even well they did and they did it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't like that because it was like you show these panels in the trailer that have us believe that they're gonna be just like the panel of the actual source material where it is Daredevil in that sequence in that panel with Spider-Man, right? Um, and we didn't get that. And which even apart from that, kind of still upsetting because you introduced the hand in this film. And correct me if I'm wrong, anybody who knows probably more than I do, but the hand to me is related more to Daredevil than it is Spider-Man. And I'm not saying that Spider-Man hasn't had his run-in with the hand, because again, the hand is all in New York, so any one of New York's heroes could run into the hand. But to me, to my knowledge, they're more of a Daredevil villain, or maybe even the Iron Fist villains than they are Spider-Man, and you get neither of those two, you know, which just seemed like a missed opportunity, especially since you brought in uh, Punisher. You bring in Frank Castle, which okay, cool, he's in New York. Which I'll be honest, if I'll be honest, oh snap, hold on, let me fix this chair. I'll be honest, I felt like they shoehorned him in there. I'll be honest. You know, like, and here's the thing, like, I know the fanboys don't care because, like, oh, we got our Punisher. So again, I'll take sloppy story plots just because we got him. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm sorry, I'm really not. Now, was he a great addition to the movie? Of course. Like, why not? But they shoehorned him in there, and then they give you like kind of some story there to why he's there, and why they know each other, right? And I'm not even spoiling anything this because this is in the trailers. We all know this, right? We all saw the sneak peeks, whatever. Um, so if you saw that little snippet that we got, right, where they have that quick exchange, they know each other clearly. But the way they tell you in the movie, it's like it's there's no payoff. Like there's no payoff really. And then even that like one like short episode we got, like that short movie episode we got of Punisher on Disney, like even that wasn't paid off in this movie. Um, so it was like weird. Again, shoehorned in there. Um, it would have made more sense, in my opinion, if you would have had Daredevil. You know, um, I think I would have preferred Daredevil in this movie over Punisher if it would have to be one of the two. Um, yeah, yeah, I think I would have preferred that, and it just would have made more sense to me. There was no clear way to connect them, right? There's a sequence that explains why the hand is in the film. Um, and that just would have been a lot easier and made more sense of a connection for Daredevil and Spider Man. And what would have been, I think, in my opinion, kind of a funnier plot to that movie or to that part is because it could have been you could have found a way to have because keep in mind Peter Parker um, and Matt Murdock meet in Far From Home. Um, so Spider-Man only knows Matt Murdock as a lawyer, right? And Matt Murdock in that movie was the only one privileged to now know this guy's also Spider-Man because that's the whole point of Far or No Way Home, right? Is um, everybody now knows who Spider-Man is, and hence why the, whatever everybody forgetting him. So it would have been funny for the reconnection to now be them connecting with each other through their hero personas, rather than Murdoch and Parker, but now Daredevil and Spider Man, kind of just a different introduction to each other. I just if it had to be the one, I just think that route would have been better, and kind of just when you're talking about if you needed a if you needed somebody to be there to kind of like guide and be another kind of voice of teaching, I guess you could say, it could have been Daredevil. I just feel, but I mean, don't get me wrong, I do like what they did with overall. Like, I'm still content with, like, apart from the origin of how they know each other and why he's there. Like, again, not satisfied with that, but the interactions alone are good, and kind of what happens there. Um, I'm not so sure I'm in agreement with how things play out in the end with Punisher. The gag is there; it's funny. I'll say that. So it's like it is funny, but that's me on the entertainment side enjoying what entertainment is. But like as the fan of Punisher, do I completely agree with that? Not really. It almost feels like they want to find ways to. I don't even like essentially what they did in that little smooth, like that one episode thing that they were Punisher. It's like I don't know. I'm still not convinced they got it right completely with that guy. Now that he's back in that universe, or in this universe, um, but I would have preferred to see all three essentially, and I would have, and the connection could have been Daredevil. You know what I'm saying uh, with Murdoch. You know what I'm saying? And then that's even the other part. Like, even if you couldn't have Daredevil in, just mention that, or even mention Daredevil being part of the Hand story, something, to include him in that movie. And just there was like nothing. I don't know. It just is like it's just weird. It's just weird to me because it's like again, you got the Daredevil Born Again series playing out. We know he's in that universe, and I don't know. It just seemed like a wasted opportunity, really, and like a very disappointing misdirection. Especially with the hand and the shot that they use. It sucked, honestly, to not have that payoff. Um, and then I would say like maybe my other issue is there's like this quick like um montage of villains that he's facing and or that he's faced, but it's like a quick montage and it's like short lived. I feel like I'm not spoiling anything there with that because like I'm not even giving you all the villains. It's cool to see the villains, I guess is what I'm saying. It just sucks that that's all you're getting of them. Um, but other than that, I do like the overall story plot. The kind of where it picks off with how things left off from No Way Home, with those who forgot who he is, that taking a toll on him, obviously, the obvious, and kind of like where he's at in his journey is as Spider-Man, and kind of like that transition and transformation he's going through. Without saying too much, just that part worked well for me. I like that. Um, and even the introduction of Jean Grey. I will say the way they went with that story plot, I was a bit confused, but I looked into it. I guess it's a thing. It apparently is, or not that I guess apparently it is a thing, but I don't know if I would have went that way, but it worked, I guess, for the story. Again, it's one of those things where they shoehorn things. They did that a lot in this film. That's a Marvel thing I don't really like. And James Gunn brought that with him, and now he's doing that in DC, and that sucks. Um, but overall, there, without apart from these moments that they do shoehorn into the story plot, it's still a good. It was still a good story, still entertaining, cool action sequences, good. I would say good score. I like the score of the sound, like the yeah score of the movie. Um, I even noticed this from No Way Home. It almost felt like they actually picked up tones from keys and from Daredevil, from the Daredevil series. So I was a bit thrown off with that too, to be honest. But oh, surprise, surprise! We got the homie in the building. What is good?
What's up, man? Hey, man, my bad, bro. Still in this moving phase. I was trying to build up my bed today, and yeah, man, been finally got my stuff out the storage, so I'm
You
here
good,
now,
brother?
man. I'm alive, man. I'm alive.
That's what matters. That's what
Y-
matters,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
bro. So you made it just in time to touch the last topic of discussion, which was the main topic of discussion, obviously.
I had to,
um,
man. I had to, man.
yeah, but Spider-Man, brand new day, bro. What do you think about it?
I gotta say this, bro. Because
Mhm.
I've been seeing a lot of like mixed, like obviously everyone loved this film, but there is
Yeah,
still some that, for one, as you were touching on pretty good, they were confused with the fact of like the whole Frank Castle thing and all that. Um, I feel like for me as a Spider-Man film, this is definitely a top tier, like one of the best Spider-Man films. Even with the, and you can't really call it an ensemble, but there was a lot of different characters in this film, but they
mhm.
still
Yeah,
stayed true
yes,
to the story and the heroism of
yes,
Spider-Man.
yes.
And one thing I will say, because I did catch what you were talking about with Frank, with the Punisher. Actually have a gripe with him being in the film. I loved everything with him in this film, and the big brother little brother relationship with
Right,
Spider-Man that he had in this film. But my gripe with Punisher himself, just how they kind of broke the story, was with the last season of Daredevil. We see that he is locked up for days in this prison.
right,
Then he breaks out, and we don't see him again. And
right.
then they do this special where the special did not connect with Daredevil or even the previous season of Punisher,
For sure.
that first season. I mean, they did touch on like his past, but it's like we already, it was kind of like a non and special that we had of the Punisher. And then it kind of ended with him just having the superhero suit and just moving on. And then we
Yeah,
cut forward, I don't know how many years, because they kind of don't really talk about, at least I don't remember, because I only saw it once. I'm definitely going to go see Spider Man again. I didn't see if they expressed how much of a time jump it was. Maybe it was over 3 years or something like that. I know when he talked to MJ, MJ's like, "What, you haven't told me anything for 3 years," or something like that. I think there's like that type of a time gap or something like that since No Way Home.
right.
Um, my whole thing was is like he kind of, to your point, he kind of felt written in because Tom Holland is best friends with John Bernthal,
Yes,
you
yes,
know,
yes.
and to me the writing was in the story. I mean, everyone who's upset that Daredevil wasn't in this film, it totally makes sense because he was in No Way Home, and we don't even get a mention of it.
Right, right.
And that to me is like, I think he would be one of the main ones who you would at least acknowledge because it's he only knew Peter Parker. He didn't know Spider Man. So he would kind of still. Well, I guess no, because nobody would remember who Peter Parker is, right? Or yeah,
Well,
nobody remember who Peter Parker
that's
is
kind of what I
in the
mentioned
film.
earlier. Actually, I don't know if you heard when I touched on that. I felt like, you know, it was kind of a missed opportunity because, like, yeah, No Way Home, it's the introduction between Murdoch and Parker. He has obviously the fortunate insight of knowing he's or Spider-Man, because that's the whole story plot of No Way Home, is that the whole world now knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. But the introduction between Daredevil and Spider-Man hasn't happened, so it just felt
Right.
like that was a lost opportunity that you could have actually uh, had here. And personally, for me, I would have, if it was a choice between the two of like Punisher and Daredevil, I felt Daredevil was the route to go. He's already established in this universe. There's already a connection. You don't have to shoehorn it or like write it in, as you said,
Yeah.
because he's already connected. Um, on top of that, also, even like apart from the fact that okay, he's in No Way Home and he only knows he Spider-Man doesn't know Daredevil. Is my whole point. He only
Yeah.
knows Murdoch. So it would have been kind of a funny thing to him now being introduced to Daredevil and not even knowing that that's his lawyer. You know,
Right. Right.
that would have been a funny story to play with here. On top of the fact that also would have been easy because the Hand is actually a Daredevil, villain. You know what I mean? Like,
Villain. Yeah.
we already know that, right? Like anybody who's watched the Daredevil series, the Hand is a Daredevil group. That's a group Daredevil faces. So it's
And
kind of
and
weird that you're gonna have them in this movie,
right.
and somehow Daredevil wasn't partnered up with Spider-Man to take down the Hand. Like that just missed opportunity.
Or not even that. It could have been as easy as like a mention of like the devil of Hell's Kitchen took the Hand down. Something
Yeah,
simple
yeah,
like that.
exactly. That's
Where
what
he
I said
didn't.
too. Yeah, like even if you didn't want to get him in the film exactly, you could have at least still mentioned them. Like
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. I agree.
Because
But
my
I
my
would have
my thing.
preferred if it was between the two. I would have preferred Daredevil over Punisher, to be honest. But I mean, I want both. But I would
Yeah.
prefer. Go
Well,
ahead.
I just didn't like the fact that as the audience and me, like, I mean, all of us, like, you still like, we're all diehard fans when it comes to these type of films. We're comic
Right.
book fans. We've seen every Marvel movie. We've pretty much read a lot of comics on it. My
Mhm.
thing is for the first time, I was confused. I was lost because the relationship between the two, which honestly, like, putting everything aside, the on script of John Bernthal and Tom, like, it was great. Like the banter back and forth and all that, like
Yeah.
that was actually good.
Yeah.
But as a fan watching this film of Spider-Man and of Punisher, I was like, there's a relationship here that it feels like we missed it.
Yeah. No, 100%. That goes to that shoehorning because
Yeah.
and again, Marvel's infamous for this. This is like my gripe with Marvel is they shoehorn things into the movie plot or the story plot, and they just want you to accept it. And it's like, what? Like,
Yeah.
and then you think like, and then like I said, sad part is certain fanboys are gonna be okay with, oh yeah, no, they did tell us Spidey saved his life in Staten Island. And it's like,
Right. But then it's like we didn't see that. Like,
yeah,
you know.
like, so you're okay with that. And that's what I mean when I say you shoehorn that. Where again, on the opposite side of that, Daredevil is already like he was already in the movie, like he was in Far From Home or No
Like,
Way
he's
Home,
established already. Yeah. And
established already. So like you don't have to wonder how they met. And then like I said, it's easier to understand how they met, especially when the Hand is involved. You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
just like that's a as a comic fan, that's that could be the connection. Like because yeah, obviously, that's what I mean. Like it's like that's what I mean. It's a missed opportunity because it's like, you know, yes, everybody forgot who Peter Parker was, but he didn't forget who they were, right? So you could have easily played on the fact that he still has a relationship with Matt Murdock that he kind of established. You know what I mean?
I think too, like, so not like really like trying to play as devil advocate here, right?
Mhm.
Another person who I thought should have been at least introduced if we weren't going to go the Matt Murdock rock, because here's the thing: if he forgets who Peter is, I understand why we don't see him, because it ends with him going to jail in the last season, right? So he's in lockdown. So if we don't see him, I get that. Now, if you do bring a character like a Frank Castle, one person you should have brought into this film, and even if it's a name drop or a newspaper
Oh, I think I know where you're going with this.
a voting thing, you could have brought in Kingpin. And Kingpin from I mean, I'm a big, I'm a 90s boy, so I grew up watching the 90s Spider-Man animated series. One of the main villains in that show is Kingpin.
Oh, 100%. Almost like 99% of the time.
Right. And then the last time we see Frank, he is captured by Kingpin.
Yes. No, there is this weird, again, I don't know. It's weird. Like they just somehow fumbled the ball and how this all could have really connected. I don't understand it. I don't, even when I talked about that, I was on this, my boy's podcast, and we were talking about that, Punisher, episode, and, they both loved it, but I was like, yeah, it was good, but like, I just can't pretend like it didn't disappoint in the sense of like not making sense, like where
or not even that, just
why it's taking place.
Right, exactly. There's no like.
It was just like a very like, this is Punisher, like okay, like we already got this, like we, like it was nothing new really, you know what I mean, like.
Right, he was still murdering people, and like you would think at this point, he has the longer hair, he has the rugged beard, like you think he would be like learning something at this point, and
and that's the thing. You don't even know when this takes place. That's the other part that was so confusing to me.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, is this before Daredevil, Born Again season 1, or is this after Daredevil Born Again season 1? They don't even specify that either, You're
talking about the special, right?
Yeah, the special. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like again, so because of that, not only did it not, like you said, not only does it not even connect to Daredevil or even the Punisher before that, it didn't even connect to the movie, like to this new movie. So yeah, it goes back to that fact that like he was very much like written in, or like I would say shoehorned in, and again, I'm in agreement with you. It's not that I don't like the interaction between the two. It just didn't really make sense to me. As good as it was and entertaining it was, the guy who's also there to watch a good story being told, or and like I said, make sense of how things work from the comics. And then again, not that everything has to be like the comics, but still, like, make sense of these things. It just didn't make sense. And again, I am very much disappointed that there was not even just a mention of the devil from Hell's Kitchen when you're talking about the hand. That again, right. I revert back to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're talking about the damn hand. You know what I'm saying? Like,
since I'm on the chop shop right now, I gotta play devil's advocate and try to put my shoes in Kevin Feige, right? or put my feet in those big shoes, right? Mm-hmm. So my thought process, right? Because I really had to contemplate. Like, I love the film, but like this is my only. I wouldn't even call it an issue. It was more like this could have been done better, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think what the reason why we did this, right? And I think Sil has mentioned it a couple of times as well, is that like the whole Phase 4 situation, I think Marvel was really trying to erase that whole thing. And I feel like they got to a point to where they didn't know what else to do with Jon Bernthal's Punisher. So they started it so dark on Netflix, and like where it got to, you never saw the bridge of him becoming the Punisher we know, like the superhero Punisher, not the Punisher where he's growling and killing everybody, and like the crazy guy, which we love as fans to see. Mm-hmm. But we got to remember, like, this is the MCU as well. So I think the map for his character was always to get him as that anti-hero feel of like what Punisher is in the comics and stuff like that, like we were trying to get him to that. Let's put him in the costume and let's get him next to these other heroes. And I feel like this is why we kind of just, yeah, Spider-Man found him in a grounded level fight and saved his butt, and now he's in the MCU. So here you go, and you got to just deal with it. And I feel like that's really what they were trying to do. Just so now when Secret Wars comes and all this stuff, it's like, okay, now it makes sense why he's there. Because
but that's again, that doesn't justify how they did it.
Oh no,
You know what I mean?
100%. No.
You're not telling me something I didn't know. I know that to be true. The problem is I just can't accept that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, like I said, I'm trying to be devil's advocate.
I know. Trust me, I get it. Like again, I know that's why they did it. That's why it's even more disappointing because it's like, you could, if you really felt that way, if that's how they really felt, you could have actually invested more than just one stupid episode for the Punisher.
Yeah,
and give us
I think it should
plot that gets them there. You know,
it should have been a series. It should have been a series, or at least a film. If you're gonna do a little like special film or whatever, it should have been that. Most of it was him.
And we would have fine. And here's the thing, like, you didn't even have to even put him in this film to do that, though. To be honest with you, because again, you put him in the Daredevil series, which was in your own Born Again one, right? That's what you guys did. And we know Daredevil is in No Way Home. So hence we know Punisher is also now part of this universe. So even this idea that like, oh, we had to like put him in here, like you really didn't have to. You didn't have to rush this if that's how you felt. But again, even if you are trying to make sure that he's ready to be the hero you want him to be in Secret Wars or Doomsday, wherever else you're going to use him, then give him the proper due. Like not this weird half-written story, like of a short, or not even a short. I don't know. It's called like that one episode thing that they did special, and give him a proper either movie or series, and give us a proper story, to get him there, because like you said, like they just you. I was good. I was happy to see him in. Although I will say this, I was happy to see him in that Daredevil Born Again season 1. I'm just not sure I was convinced he was that guy he was playing there. You know what I'm saying? And this was another thing that I brought up when I talked to those guys, because they made it seem like, so he finally got to this place of like, and I'm like, yeah, but I was like, yeah, but I feel like you're overlooking how season 2 ended in the Netflix Marvel series where he gets there.
Yeah.
So that's why personally for me, I was still dumbfounded by kind of how they had him be in that Daredevil season 1.
It seemed like he regressed.
Yeah, like they purposely regressed him.
Yeah.
For a story plot that they wanted to give, but then like for nothing, you know what I'm saying? Because then you do this stupid special that doesn't even connect to that. You know what I'm saying? Like
it didn't for him. It didn't make sense. It really. So in season 2, and a lot of people loved that episode, and I was like, okay, like here goes Frank. And I don't want people to think that like I'm bashing on Punisher. Like I love John Bernthal as a Punisher, right?
Me too. I love that guy.
But that episode in particular in season 2 of Born Again, right? Or whichever one it is when he shows up, right? It felt just like John Bernthal playing John Bernthal, and the Daredevil was just calling him Punisher. Because he barely wore this thing. He was like second guessing himself.
Yes, I know what you mean. I don't even think he wore the vest that season.
And then he was like second guessing himself the whole time when we literally just had a whole season of him doing that, and him, like you're saying, like how you just said, he fought through that and became that, and like that's why he wears the vest, because he's the guy who's gonna go punish people, and now you're second guessing if you're gonna go punish that guy. Like, huh? Like, why? So they dropped the ball very big on that, but I feel like I do want to say this as well, and I don't know how you felt about this, and so I'm gonna kind of like shift gears, still staying on Spider-Man, but how did you feel of them making Spider-Man the one who creates the inhibitor collars for mutants?
Oh, I don't know if we should have mentioned that though.
Oh, Oh shit!
But we went there.
I thought we were doing spoilers, brother. My
Well,
bad.
you know what? Hold on. Yeah. Okay. How about this? Anybody who hasn't seen the movie and you
Get
don't
out.
want to get spoiled, now's the time to like
Yeah.
get off. Or if you're gonna watch it on the replay, now's the time to get off. So
This was a
we'll
little
go there.
sprinkle.
We
This
can
was
definitely go.
a little sprinkle for the fans.
Yeah,
watching
you know
right
what? let me just let me just,
now. I should.
let me just let me.
Yeah. My bad. Get out.
Right, that was your chance, guys. No, I agree with you though. I was a bit like, but again, like, all right, it's yeah,
I thought
sometimes
it was.
I gotta
I
remind
thought it was
myself like
interesting.
it's okay to have different interpretations of things.
Yeah.
What I will say is this: so this is what I did gather overall from that and other things that occurred in this movie. And look, let me just say, just so we can have a candid conversation again. Now we're getting into spoilers. If you're not trying to get the movie spoiled for you, now's the time to tune out or whatever. Or if you're the person that you can get the movie spoiled and still watch it, that's your choice.
Yeah. I dropped the big T's for y'all. My bad.
Yeah, it really is. It really was. I was like, oh, god damn. All right.
I came in with the Punisher gun and said, ah. Oh man,
seeking retribution out here, boy. Oh no, but so initially, the whole inhibitor of the powers. I mean, like, it's funny because they don't really outright say it, initially, but the moment that he's having that conversation with Bruce Banner,
I believe Bruce calls it an inhibitor, doesn't he? When he's talking to him, doesn't he call it that?
They call it an inhibitor. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but even between the conversation they're having, I understood. Oh, this is the direction they're going with this. This is the birth of the mutant inhibitors. So I was like, okay, interesting choice. Obviously they don't really confirm that 100% until then. Obviously, he uses it on Jean Grey, and then it's obvious that that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. And they mentioned the Sentinels.
Did they mention the Sentinels?
It was like so when they're doing that mind wipe where she's on the chair and he's asking her questions and she keeps talking about Ventrix and stuff. The thing that's talking to her, it's like a quick line. I vaguely remember someone says it. They said the Sentinel is a Sentinel project or something. They mentioned the name of it, and that's when I was like, okay, they're literally making this like.
Well, that makes sense because the Sentinels are meant to eventually they harness all the power, like the powers of the mutants.
Yes.
They have certain abilities of the mutants, so that wouldn't be far-fetched. I think that might be on point. And maybe we might be even missing something with that director guy, the black dude. I forgot his name. He might be actually a key name that we're missing to all this that actually is connected to that.
He might be this versions of Stryker.
Yes, exactly.
He might, or he might be the one who's in charge. Because remember, Stryker is just a general, I believe, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I wasn't thinking Stryker. I was thinking more. Remember, it's the scientists that work for Stryker, for the government.
Right.
I'm thinking that might be him, and we're missing the name. Maybe it's we should have probably.
Oh yeah, you're talking about like Days of Future Past, the one who the guy from Game of Thrones played. What's this? The little dude.
Let's see.
What is it? But he's like a doctor. He's the one who was like experimenting and all that.
Yeah, well, but like that, or even like even from the animated series is what I'm thinking. There's two doctors that take turn, like one had his shot working with the Sentinels, and then there's another guy. I'm thinking we might be missing that connectivity to who they, because he had a name that I was like, man, maybe I should know this name, but I don't. It doesn't mean anything to me at the moment.
And for all we know he's a liar.
He
could be lying. It could be a cover name, because it seems like it was almost like a different agency that was working, kind of like you know how Hydra back in the days they were under Shield, but really they were their own thing. I feel like that's kind of where they're playing at right now.
You know who I didn't see in the movie that apparently was supposedly casted in this movie was, and they said that that's how it connects to the Daredevil series, was the I don't remember her name, like I think it's Shayla. Yeah,
Shayla. Which one is Shayla?
that's what I'm saying. Like I don't remember seeing her in the movie, and it said she was in the movie, and I was like, oh, that's how you know Daredevil's going to be in it.
Is there a way you could prop up that picture of her or a picture of her?
Yes, I got you. I'll tell you right now. She works for Fisk and the government, like as one of his people when he's mayor.
Are really? She was casted in the film?
Yeah, her.
Ah.
It says she's part of the cast. They even say Rosario Dawson was Claire Temple, apparently, and I don't even remember who that person was in the movie. I'll be honest.
Well, Rosie is in the she is in Daredevil, and
No, I know, but I don't remember seeing her in the movie.
I think they so here's my thing, right? Marvel is also notorious for this. We didn't even see J.K.
You're right.
Simmons.
Yeah. Well,
So
we hear his voice in the beginning.
yeah, but that's a voiceover uh of No Way Home, ain't it?
Metzger. Hold on, let me look that up. William Metzger. That's his name.
Because I think the JJ scene that we heard it's the voiceover from No Way Home. Or yeah, No Way Home. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hold on. Anti-mutant. Okay, yeah. So anti-mutant militia.
Yep.
So that I have a like when they do go into the whole X-Men movies, I think we'll see him again, and he'll be working with Stryker. So I think we're on the nose with that.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I agree.
I think we definitely are. But yeah, I wouldn't hold out to when this movie comes out on Blu-ray. There's gonna be an extended cut because
I really hope so.
well, here's the thing though, right? You got to really think about it. No Way Home had 2 releases. You had the original, and then you had the extended cut, where we had the longer cut, where we saw Toby and Andrew do different things that we didn't see in the original release. So, and that made way more money. And so, if there's a whole nother cut we don't know about, and they do like another re-release, oh man, this movie, this movie might it's already breaking. I think you touched on it earlier, right?
It's almost
2.
making $1 billion. It's at
Like,
930 something million. It's already again second largest opening to movie of all time, which first place is Avengers Endgame. And that to me is insane because that's an ensemble movie with all these heroes that it makes sense to why that would be up there.
yeah.
For this movie to be up there like that, it's kind of like, what? You know?
And what's crazy about it is the corporate of who's in both of those movies is Tom Holland as well. Which is another factor that is like whatever Tom Holland is touching after coming off the Odyssey, mind you. Like it's just straight money.
Exactly.
He's a superstar.
No, he is. I mean, look, his performance overall, I feel in everything I've seen him in, I do like him. I think he's a good actor. And I think between No Way Home and then this movie really changes. I think if you were on the fence with him as Spider-Man, I feel like this should turn your head to appreciating him as Spider-Man. Of course, we can always have our gripes about like Andrew Garfield not getting his trilogy, and personally, yeah, like I still like that Spider-Man probably above all, but I will say like the Tom Holland Spider-Man to me makes more and more sense, especially when you get from No Way Home to this point in time. It's
we got to grow with him.
We got to grow with him. Yeah,
You know, I
exactly.
mean,
Exactly.
we
Because
kind
even him
of,
in Homecoming and Far From Home, I did enjoy him. Don't get me wrong, you know.
yeah.
I did
It
enjoy
just,
him.
it felt off. It did
He
feel
just
off
felt
a
off a
little.
bit, you know, and maybe because again, maybe because I was, still holding on to Andrew Garfield as Spider-Man, you know.
Yeah,
And obviously other things, like I really didn't like the fact that there was no Uncle Ben, you know. Um, so what I can say is now to the back to the inhibitor thing is like if there's one thing we shouldn't be shocked is that they do things different here.
yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
No,
Like,
exactly,
you know
exactly.
what I'm saying? So like if there is any movie to do that, it's this movie. Oh, but damn, I totally forgot. To the point that I was even making initially is that one thing that I feel that I'm getting from this movie between that his kind of they really dive what I like about this movie essentially is they really make him become that like technological scientist,
Yeah.
intelligence Peter Parker guy. You know what I'm saying? Like we know he's smart.
What Garfield got to be
Yeah,
in his film.
exactly.
Yeah,
We got to get more of that in this, and that I thought was good and cool. And but I feel keep in mind what we're still supposed to see, and I think they're kind of trying to stay true to this. It feels like, and remember, Far From Home set a precedent of where this was supposed to go. Right? It just
yeah,
unfortunately failed in every other aspect, minus the Spider-Man movies, I would say. Um, but keep in mind, Far From Home was Tony passing the torch
hmm
to Spider-Man, right? And you you kind of get this feeling that like that's where they're trying to put Spider-Man. You know what I'm saying? Like this Spider-Man. It's like, this is that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like and you get that in this movie a lot more because I feel like one, again, you see more of that genius scientist kid, not even kid, he's an adult now, tapping into that, you know, with the technology stuff, with the scientific theory of things. And again, you get hints of it before. Don't get me wrong, right?
yeah,
You got hints
yeah.
of it with, um, I would say,
No Way Home had a little. He did a little bit there when they were trying to
yeah. But
figure
I'm
out
saying
how
with
to.
Far From Home kind of puts you in that right because he was. I don't know if you remember that scene right with him and Mysterio where, he's getting talked to about the multiverse and he's like, and then Peter goes on this like rant, on this nerd rant, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and then Nick Fury tries to like clown him, and then that's what then Mysterio has that line where he's like, "Don't ever don't ever apologize for being the smartest man in the room," you
Yeah.
know. Which like yeah, even though sure, obviously Mysterio was trying to it was a ruse off the play to Spider-Man, but it still holds weight. Is my point, and hence why Mysterio. Keep in mind, in that version of Mysterio was also a genius in his own right. All those guys part of that team, they had their own professional roles, right, that they played to the grand scheme of who Mysterio was, right. But he himself was an engineer and scientist, whatever. So he recognized Peter Parker's intelligence, and hence why I think he had a hard time. There was not a hard time, but there was a conviction or a
Yeah.
slight conviction, right? Like he was still willing. He had enough will to see whatever his plan was through to even do things that shouldn't be done. But he at least verbally would say like, I don't want to do this. I hate that happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, but all that to say that he recognized there's that moment of acknowledging Peter Parker's intelligence. Then you get to No Way Home, and like you said, then there's that moment where all the Peter Parkers are essentially having like this science,
Oh wow, yeah.
yeah, powwows, whatever, technology and stuff like that. So that was cool. But this one for sure, you get that right, and then I feel like what cements that is one the way his ability to have this relationship with this detective. Um,
That was cool. I did like that. They did a lot of things from the video game, the Spider-Man Marvel video game with
yes,
Sony. Like
Yes.
they really implemented a lot, even down to the app. The Spider-Man app is
Yeah, the
from
Spider-Man app, the Spidey
yeah,
tracker. Yeah, that
yeah.
was so dope. I like that too. But yeah, so that obviously the way he even like treats Punisher,
Yeah.
in a sense, kind of like trying to hone him, and then I would say the seal on that would be his relationship that he clearly, I think, established with Jean Grey.
So
That
so I was waiting for you to say that because with
yeah,
everything you said, right?
yeah,
With the whole like essentially in a nutshell, you were pretty much saying like what the MCU is trying to do with Spider-Man is make him the new Iron Man, right? Like the one who brings everyone together.
yes.
Now, from what I got from this film, and
Oh, also,
actually,
also, I forgot to mention
yeah,
also his his way of handling the conversation with Bruce. With
yes,
Bruce,
yes, yes.
you know what I'm saying? But yeah,
So, so with all that though, right? So like, because I was really like, man, like, because I feel you. Like since No Way Home, I was saying, okay, they want Tom Holland to lead the Avengers. Like they want him to be that guy, or not necessarily lead. Like they want him to be in that vocal point of like, when shit goes down, we need to call Spider Man. But what this movie did, and what I actually enjoyed about it, with this whole new wave of how they introduced Jean Grey,
yeah,
trying to find her sister, is I think they're actually setting up Tom Holland, and notice how we haven't like we've talked about how like these new X-Men characters, they all have new like you have Jean, obviously she's casted, but then they're talking about Cyclops, but he's younger, and then they're gonna let Wolverine run, an old Wolverine, Hugh Jackman, run the team for a little bit, right? I think they're really setting it up to Spider-Man to become a part of the X-Men and lead that team, almost like an Ultimate Alliance type of thing.
hmm
Because I feel like he's gonna get into a place where he's gonna see that, yeah, I am supposed to be the next Iron Man. But what Iron Man at the time didn't see is that what he wants me to lead is actually corrupt.
mm.
Because that's what this whole like defense management thing is. It's like it was almost like, so we're talking what, 2 decades from the first Avengers film almost.
Right.
Remember them, you had Shield, and within Shield, that's where Hydra took over. Now we
Right.
have this new group that build up, and it's like over. I don't know if it's still Shield or whatever you guys want to call it, but now it seems like this new defense company is trying to take over little by little. Like we're starting to see it in different films, whether it's the new Avengers film. What's it called? The homegirls. Yelena's in it. That she's leading the
Oh,
new
yeah,
Avengers.
Black Widow, the new Black Widow.
Yeah, yeah. They kind of had something that kind of like is corrupt over there.
Low key though, before you move on,
Yeah.
I will say I was confused with some of their conversation just because she mentioned the Avengers, the new Avengers, and I'm like, but you're not even part of the new Avengers.
No, technically she is.
She is?
Yeah.
Because I
So
thought
you
she was
remember?
a Thunderbolt. Isn't that?
Yeah. Remember the Thunderbolts at the end before they see the Fantastic Four thing? They're considered as the new Avengers, and then at the end of that scene, there's a conversation where they're like, yeah, Sam's trying to fight us on that
Oh,
because
yeah, that's right. That's right.
yeah. So
But I guess that's why. Like, I wasn't sure if it. Again, that's another thing that, like, well, did they make it that, you know what I'm saying? Because
yeah, no,
they
they
got
made
that,
it a
like,
thing.
I'm trying to
They're
fight
in
that,
the they're in that office room. Like they are considered the new Avengers. Like that's
or maybe
them.
that's probably like her own banter. You think maybe like
No. Like in the film, like they all say like they're the new Avengers. Like they got lunch boxes. They got like they are full on considered the new Avengers. Because at the end of a good way to confirm that is at the end of the last Captain America film that didn't do so hot with Sam as Captain America. Remember when the new Hawkeye got injured and he wakes up in the hospital bed and Sam is there. He's like, "Are you ready to join the Avengers?" And he's like, "Wait, isn't that another team?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm having some copyright arguments to get it back. He's trying to get the name back for the Avengers because it's taken over. But
that's the missing piece for me. You know what? I have yet to see that Captain America movie.
Yeah, you ain't missing much.
I never wanted to watch it just so I can have
yeah.
But like again, you're not the first person. That's the only reason I haven't with the Thunderbolts. People were like, "You should go watch this." I'm like, all right, so I watched it.
It was different. It was different.
But Captain America, Brave New World.
Brave.
People weren't there was no new good reviews about it or people to tell me like, yeah, go watch it. It's worth the watch. So I'm like, all right. So I just never felt the need to watch it. But at the same time, that that I gotta know everything type thing.
Yeah.
Like just watch it so you can, because I haven't watched that. I haven't watched Black Panther 2. I haven't watched the Marvels. There's a lot.
I would only watch Black Panther 2 right before Black Panther 3 comes out, just so you obviously know. They casted, it was released everywhere. They casted the T'Challa Jr., which is T'Challa's son. They kind of show him as a kid in the end of Black Panther 2. It's more of a tribute film, so it's like if you don't watch it, you're not really gonna miss it, but you're not gonna miss much. But it's a decent film. It's okay. We do get our first mutant in there with Namor, but yeah, the Captain America, just literally, man, take the hat off, take the glasses off, just go in there, eat some popcorn, and just go for it. Because I mean, the best thing about that film was Harrison Ford as Red Hulk.
Okay.
And I hope we see more of him later on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it because clearly that's probably what had me confused about that when she mentioned they were the new event, or not that they were the new Avengers, but she mentions the new Avengers and how they do they get the big potatoes and the small potatoes.
So in other words, what she's saying is they're more focused on Doom than what was going on with Spider-Man, which
it's funny because we all know it all connects,
Yeah. Well, it's funny because at the end of Thunderbolts, we see the Fantastic Four ship. Mm-hmm. And then in the trailer, the first thing you see is the Fantastic Four coming out of the ship. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like, okay, that's where you can make that correlation.
Yeah.
But to what I was saying with Spider-Man, man, I really do think we're heading into a world where Spider-Man is going to be a part of the X-Men. Maybe not as a permanent team member, but I feel like we may see a Spider-Man and X-Men film type of ordeal. Like I just because of how he was so gung-ho of taking down Jean Grey, and then all of a sudden he was like, no, I'm actually doing wrong. Like, this is not what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be helping Jean. Like, we all had it wrong. And then he's like having that inner battle.
You know what? Actually, that's probably another part that I thought was a fluke. I just felt like it was bad writing because, I'll tell you why. What I mean is that, you know how he gets the epiphany? Oh, he was lying because MJ said she didn't remember anything. And it was like, yeah, everybody who's been possessed doesn't remember anything.
Oh, so you're not gonna like me on this.
Oh no!
Yeah, you're
no.
I'm gonna make an excuse for him.
Oh boy!
You got to think he's taking what's in front of him at face value, but his main objective wasn't even to get the inhibitor on Jean, it was to get the inhibitor on him because he could not control himself. So at that moment, I could see him doing one of these, the okay. So you don't know what you're talking about. All right. So, type of ordeal. Yeah. But then when he really got to sit there and relax and actually bond again and kind of like open up with MJ and Ned, that's really when that's one thing that Tom with his Peter stayed very true with, is that those moments when he's with his buddies, when he's with Ned, when he's with MJ, is when he really starts to think. Like, think about it. And you mentioned Far From Home. with the whole projector thing of finding out that Mysterio is actually lying to everyone. He sits there and he puts it all together because he's working it with MJ and Ned. So they kind of kept that trio thing going in this film. It's a cop out.
It's a cop out. Like, even the Far From Home one, that one made more sense simply because it wasn't even that they both figured it out. It was just by chance she had that technology thing.
Yeah.
That showed them, and it was like, oh, what? So like, it wasn't even like, it wasn't like this epiphany thing. It was just a whole different thing. What I will get at is this. The reason I say this because this is something my brother pointed out because he went and watched it with me.
Yeah.
And that's that in No Way Home, and I'm sure this is even established like in the animated series and in the comics, I'm sure, is that the spider sense works in more ways than we know, right? It works in ways that like not even just like tells him when he's gonna get attacked, but in many instances it works in ways that it like allows him to be, it's almost like a lie detector, and in No Way Home they kind of displayed that, and I say kind of, and it's like not really kind of, like they displayed that, right, where
Norman,
they're when they're all working together to figure out how to keep them alive, supposedly, right?
Yeah.
And his spider sense starts tingling, right? And he deciphers with his spider sense that Green Goblin is lying, right? So that's like a known power, right? So then what he was even pointing out was like, okay, now move forward to Brand New Day, and the movie, right? His arachnid powers are heightened, meaning, which also we saw in real time, that his spider senses are kind of even working 10 times better than they normally do.
Yeah.
Which in hindsight means him detecting lies should be working better, than what it usually does.
I have another rebuttal.
But
this is my question.
that's not even really my main thing. I really stand more on the, bro, every person you saw get possessed was saying they don't remember anything. I kind of get what you're saying, don't get me wrong. It's just not good enough for me because it's like, because I feel like even that part of his power thing, like when he's struggling with that, isn't even in the beginning when he first encounters Jean Grey, possessing all these people. So keep in mind, right? Like he deals with the lady, he deals with all those other people and everything, all the people that Jean Grey kept jumping from, all the way to the last guard, and even up until that moment, nothing with him like having that trauma, right? Like that we're talking about, of him being preoccupied by everything. And in that moment, all those people, from the lady to the guard, I don't remember anything. I would never do it. I would never hurt you, Spider-Man. I love you, Spider. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, like he was given that information way before he was preoccupied. Is my whole point. But
I feel like the preoccupation, like what I meant by preoccupied was the fact that this man is yes, he obviously, I mentioned him with the whole power situation, but also the fact that he's trying to get his mind off of being
right.
Like,
you're talking about like that conversation he had with the detective before jumping to that crime scene, is what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm saying because I feel like his mindset was jumbled from the beginning of the film, because he's just the big part that I feel like no one's really paying much attention to is the cell phone part, when he's seeing Ned and MJ, and he's essentially stalking them, and he wants to tell them, but he knows he can't because of what happened to May. So his whole mindset, from what I'm gathering, is if I just be Spider-Man right now, I don't have to be Peter Parker and sit in a corner and cry all day. So I feel like he's just trying to get through all these and save and and lock up these bad guys as many times as possible. You have this new threat. He has no idea what's going on, but he's still trying to contemplate, like, I can't hit up Ned and be like, yo, hey, man, like, I'm having this issue and type like
You
that.
know what I think would have satisfied me more than if, let's just say, because I can see what you're saying. I can kind of see that for sure. Like, yeah, you do get the sense that he's clearly dealing with some things. It just obviously doesn't show how bad it is, especially, let's just say, even with the logic of what you're saying, right? Like, he's preoccupied in just being Spider-Man. To me, that gives more reason for him to be more on top of his A game with paying attention to clues and things, because up to that moment, they give you the stats of, because he's focusing on being Spider-Man, crime going down, he's cracking down on things. He's even talking to the detective about how he's cracking cases and blah, blah, blah. So it shows that he's actually on his A game right now. It doesn't show that he's struggling to be Spider-Man. It shows that because he's focused on being Spider-Man, he's like batting at, 1,000, right?
I will say though, when you mentioned he was talking to the detective, the guy who runs the defense organization that we find out.
The Metzger guy?
Yeah. Yeah. Didn't he have the inhibitor on him before he realizes, and then he got broken when he went back to fight the Hulk? So if he had the inhibitor on him, he wouldn't be at that heightened level.
I don't know if he had the inhibitor at that time. I don't know. I can't remember, to be honest.
Because didn't he, when Hulk when he went back, right, to go save her, she had already took over, and she took over the Hulk at that point, did she? Or no? No. I'm mixing two.
Yeah, because keep in mind, wait a minute.
Yeah,
you might be right. You might be right. By the time he's at the vault, saving Metzger from the vault, Metzger, whatever his name is.
Yeah,
he does have the inhibitor then. But when he didn't have the inhibitor, is when he meets him in the office.
Right.
And so it's just, and this is what I mean when I say, like, it's just funny, because even at that moment, you can tell that he doesn't trust him completely. Hence, he didn't like his answer when he said, I can't tell you this because blasey blasey. And when he leaves the office, he's like, and he says what he says. And then Metzger's like, oh, well, can you mind telling me how, whatever, blah, blah. And he's like, sorry, I can't tell you because superhero business, whatever, Telling him, like, you gave me a phony answer. I'm going to give you one back because, you're clearly closing out information from me. So I'm going to do the same back to you. So it's kind of funny that when you get to that moment, now granted, look, I understand that at that point, Jean Grey seems to be a very dangerous threat, so maybe that's why he has his guard down and why he would believe Metzger. But what I was going to say is maybe the response I would have preferred when he finally has the epiphany is him gathering together all the moments you should have pieced it together, not just like if that's the only moment that revealed that, because there was many moments, and especially, like I said, especially right in the beginning before you have this really life-altering trauma where your body is transforming into this new form of yourself, which is now stronger and fat, whatever, all that, which I thought was dope. But he like when it looks like he's on his A game somewhat, right? Like, I mean, dude manages to get Punisher out of the game, you know what I'm saying, and then go back and try and stop the tank and all that stuff, whatever.
In other words, you're saying it was a quick, like, oh, aha moment, because you did have the flashback, but it was like right after that conversation. You had the it takes you to the old lady, then it takes you to the cop, and then it takes you to the so on and so. You do see that flashback, but it's after that conversation with MJ. It's like, oh, you didn't remember this the whole time, is what you're
right. Yeah. So that's the part that was kind of like, huh? But again, not to say that what you're saying isn't a good way of looking at it, and maybe a good way of cleaning that up, but still not like my cup of tea.
I'm giving you the Kevin Feige answers right now.
I guess I'll take it. I'll take that. But yeah, overall though, man, like, I really think the movie's great. It's a good movie, like really good movie. Um, yeah, there's things that I wish they would have done differently, but overall, I think the story, like the main story, like between, like let's say about his story in this movie,
Yes.
like flawless.
You can
Again,
tell we're heading to an adult era of Spider-Man.
yeah, and that I appreciate about the film. Like I,
Yeah.
for a moment there, I'm like, damn, are we about to get? I for sure thought we were about to get like full on arachnid Spider-Man. I don't know if you remember that. Like,
Yeah, Man Spider, the Man Spider.
yeah, yeah,
I thought
exactly. I thought we were gonna get,
I
and
actually
that's what they
rewatched.
played on with that for sure.
I think
But
we'll get it. I think we'll get it.
you think
I don't.
so?
I just don't know when, but I think
I
I hope so.
I hope so, or because I feel like this was it. I feel like this was their version of it, and I'm like, okay, whatever. I guess
Or
that makes
I
sense.
could be onto something with that re-release extra long cut.
Might be that, right? Right. That would be cool. That would be cool because Matt. If you remember, bro, that version of Matt Spider, dude.
It's a whole. It's season 3 on the Spider-Man '90s show.
Yeah.
It's season 3, and he. That's what's crazy about that is that he actually meets the X. Like he goes back and meets the X-Men through that,
Yes. Yes.
and we're kind of being
that's why
introduced to the X-Men now. Yeah.
That's why I'm convinced it's their version of it because again, like, yeah, it's not the X-Men, but it's a mutant. Right? We're now dealing with the first mutant, so to speak, via Jean Grey. Literally intertwined now with MCU characters.
You know that you mentioned that in that season when he does meet the X-Men, the person he asked about in the animated show, he asked for advice on that is actually Beast.
Yeah.
And in this one, he actually asked the Hulk. So Hulk is kind of like the Beast version of the
Beast
X-Men.
version, which again it is like when you're talking about like counterparts, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. This is their version of that. You're right. That's putting two and two. That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was watching this movie, that's how I felt. I'm like, okay, this is their version of that story plot, which again, it is what it is,
Yeah.
Again, we're talking about Disney, so maybe they're like, yeah, I don't know if we can go that far.
I think we'll
the most
get it,
we'll do
man.
is the black eyes, but he can't have 6 eyes.
Yeah.
he can't have 6 eyes. He can't have he can't have the claws or whatever, the not what they call it, whatever, the whatever. But
because maybe in that I'm holding out hope. I'm putting it on hashtag. I think there's another cut. I think there's gonna be an extended cut because we had the extended cut for No Way Home, and that I feel like that made more money.
Yeah,
especially when they released it on Blu-ray, people went out just to go get that because then they did a whole interview, in that Blu-ray disc with Tom with Andrew. What if in that extended cut we also get the story or the shot of him saving Punisher for the first time, and all these questions that we have on the Punisher is in that extended cut as well?
I really hope so. That would be nice because again, it's like it was definitely like like you said, a written in, shoehorned in type of story plot that was just like I wasn't satisfied with. But overall, I did like their relationship. It would have been nice to have it make sense,
Right.
I did mention earlier that I'm not so sure I'm on board with that scene they give the Punisher at the end. It's funny for sure. It gets you the gag, but I'm like, but I don't
know. That was crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not sure if that's actually Punisher though. But
it was more, hey, my buddy Jean Berthal, like he's about to say, help me.
Would have been actually cool at that moment to be. Because here's the thing, like this is where I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like y'all don't really put thought into this. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, at that point, I just feel like you could have. In any of these moments, you just feel like you could have brought in someone else. Like, that could have been your moment. Like, when he says, "I got a plan," but instead of him, it could have been like Murdoch or something. You know what I'm saying? Because he's used to wearing masks or something. Like,
and this, again, this might be like I don't know if it's a cop or whatever, but I think if I honestly wasn't expecting Punisher to be in the hospital with him. I was expecting it to be MJ and Ned because he literally left their apartment to go deal with this, and then he gets shot, and MJ knows everything. So I really would have thought it would have worked better if Ned was the one there wearing the mask.
Well, yeah, no, because nothing established that they reconnected really that well. You know,
With
like they
Ned,
had
no,
that
yeah,
moment in the apartment, but it wasn't enough. Remember, keep in mind, Ned still didn't know that he was Spider-Man. Now, I will say, what do you think about that last handshake? What the hell is that?
I was waiting for us to get there.
Talk about
I
like, not the kiss, but a handshake.
well, if you really want to touch on it, another person who was at the spot, which means she remembers, was MJ. She was at their spot from No Way Home when they're all like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna go to MIT and we're all gonna live together." She was there holding the necklace that he bought her in No
That I
Way
do remember. But so that's the funny part, right? Because in my mind, I'm like, and this probably goes to your extended cut. Maybe this is it because I
Home.
thought that did bother me because I'm like, okay, she clearly has the necklace, and there's a part of you that knows that she knows there's something missing, right? Because
Yeah.
this was, if I'm correct, before she discovered who he was, right?
No, the
You
part that
might
I'm talking
remember
about that she's on that rooftop.
when she looks at that necklace thing, when she's looking at the necklace she gave or that Peter gave her.
No, that's right before the Ned scene. That's at the end.
Oh, okay,
So,
my bad.
so
Then
yeah,
yeah, so clearly maybe there's a part of her that's thinking about it, but yeah, I don't know. So it is strange. That is like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
my theory
What's
on
your
that,
theory?
because for one, I think Frank hit it on the nose of Punisher when he's like, because apparently he's cool with Jean now. Remember, his whole mission was to go kill her.
Yeah,
She saved Spider-Man, and I
right.
feel like, remember, she
That's the
actually got
part
into
too.
his mind. She got in his mind, so she was in MJ's mind. I think she is showing us a little bit of her power of unlocking something in her brain on both of them.
Yes, yes,
Because
yeah.
remember, he hasn't woken up yet, and when he does, she's checking on him to make sure he's good,
Right, right,
like to
right.
make sure he's alive. And
Now
I feel like,
I will say, was it? Oh no, I'm speaking. I was about to change movies here because I did do a marathon before I went to go watch
you have to,
Ready
man.
Day, and what came to my mind was that scene when Jamie Foxx was like, "Man, I thought you was black," because he was like,
Yeah, yeah,
"Queen."
yeah.
And how about I thought you was black. He's like, well, and then obviously the riff on the Spider Verse where he's like, "Well, there's got to be a black Spider Man out there somewhere," you know. But yeah, no, I think that you might be, you don't. I'm trying to think. Like, do you get that with? Do I feel like you get that with John? You kind of do, I guess, because I know he says something like, "I always knew you were this kid," whatever. Like, you're exactly what I thought you would look like.
Yeah,
With the mask.
yeah,
Yeah, so
yeah.
like that could be what you're talking. Like, I think that could be that connection, and yeah, it could be that even with Mary Jane with MJ, because actually she's not Mary Jane, she's Michelle Jones, I think is her name, but MJ, it could be that too. But we unfortunately there's not enough to really say that,
Yeah, yeah.
but that wouldn't be far fetched to think that
I
because
think that was for us, the
within the-
diehard fans.
we know that that's within the power um, uh, powers of Jean Grey. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
the episodes, and that we see her do that, like help people, or even in the movies, right? She did that with Logan, like to try and she tried
Help
to
him remember. Yeah.
so yeah, no, it could be that. It could be that. But then again, the thing is that, but keep in mind, she never got into um Ned's mind. You know what I mean? So that handshake with Ned that's a whole different thing,
Well, again, this is all speculation, right?
Right.
But she did go into Peter's mind, and then she read the letter through MJ. The letter is a letter to MJ and Ned. He wrote that letter that he kept in the coffee cup.
Yeah,
He told MJ everything. And remember, Jean jumped into MJ and they kissed and everything. And the whole time it was really Jean Grey. It wasn't MJ.
right.
And she's telling her, "Oh, I read," and then she ended up reading the letter and all this stuff. Anyways, all that to say, she showed us that she can control everyone's mind. Like it was almost like that 2020 or the 2000s X-Men film where
Yes,
they're in Cerebro.
Yeah.
So and then I feel like now she's checking on Homeboy, she's checking on Peter, and she's like, "You help me, I'm gonna help you. Let me get your friends back. This is what you needed."
It could be that. I mean, but we don't know that for certain.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know.
Now that's far fetched.
I don't know, bro. I think
the only reason I say it's far fetched is because we know she left. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the only reason why I'm like, I don't know, because again, there's nothing that really connects to her.
You're saying Jean Grey left?
Yeah. Remember, Jean Grey was on that bus that left, New York, and I was like, are they about to show us the Xavier school? Because
that's what I thought.
Right? With that, when obviously the bus is like in that foresty, like
yeah.
Are we about to see the mansion, the X-Men mansion? Man. But yeah, like I said, unfortunately, there's no moment that she really gets into the brain of Ned, other than, but again, this isn't really doing what she did with the others, but it's when she obviously does that whole, like you said, essentially.
That's right. She was in there. She was in his mind in that.
That moment where like when she's in the, her powers break loose.
Yeah,
and it's almost like a
WandaVision
that moment that you get, in the older X-Men movies, or even what you saw kind of what's his name, Xavier do in the Logan movie. But that's different. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Like that's just, there's so much unknown territory with that. We don't know
right
to be able to say like, yeah, she was in the minds of everyone, or is it just a like some sort of like psychosis attack, to paralyze the body, nothing more, which I'll say still, I was like, yo, this is sick, like.
Yeah.
Again, I was like, yo, Jean Grey, like, like they're showing us her. And honestly, we're only seeing like the tip.
So I do have a question on that for you. Do you think, right, that they're kind of the way that her power worked, it looked very WandaVision like so you remember when in the show WandaVision or Wanda, she like the whole, like there was that barrier that she created. That what's the girl's name that was in the Marvels? Not Miss Marvel, not the little girl, but the other one.
Yeah, the black girl.
Yeah, what was her?
I don't know. Eventually, I felt like she was a play on Blue Marvel, but
yeah, but
I don't know if we ever got her name. Honestly, I was disappointed that we didn't get the actual Blue Marvel.
But she remember, she was the one who was going through that force field that Wanda made. But the force field looked very much like how Jean Grey was freezing the people, because it had. Remember, Frank was on the other side of it, and he started running with everybody else to go get his gun to go shoot her. Yeah. It looked very Wanda. And now here's the thing: we all know, obviously from the animated shows, the TV shows, the way her powers work here, Jean Grey, and since it almost is like WandaVision's, do you think this is kind of essentially saying that Wanda is a mutant? Because she's supposed to be Magneto's daughter.
Right. Both her and Quicksilver are supposed to be Magneto's daughter. Well, I think that's too late to take that back. You know what I mean? And I only say that just because they had their chance in WandaVision and they squandered that. You know what I mean? Like, they went out of the way to disconnect.
They didn't have the right to it. They didn't have the right to it. They didn't have the right to it, so they couldn't.
I mean, to my knowledge, I think they did, didn't they?
I don't think so, man.
I
I
feel
don't
like
think.
that's the reason we. Oh, maybe you're right. I don't know. You might be right, but I no, I feel like they did, and I think that's why we all expected it. And the fact that it didn't happen just made no sense. But I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, so I don't know. I feel like they kind of missed the opportunity to do that. Now, granted, you might not be wrong, but at the same
right.
time, like I said, to me it was more. It felt more reminiscent to the
X Men, 2000 X Men films.
yeah to that, or even like the like I said, the Xavier's powers in Logan.
Yeah,
Felt more reminiscent to that, just with you actually seeing some kind of weird aura, you know,
yeah.
where obviously in Logan and the other one you don't see that, you just see the effect it's having on people. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, now that would be cool, but I don't know. Like I just
Right, right,
again,
right.
they had their opportunity and they didn't, so I just feel like I think that's that. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I'm
Even
not gonna lie though. Watching, I really thought they were gonna introduce the cerebral machine.
mm,
I thought they were gonna take a twist to where, like, it's made in the agency, and you have the wackos, using it for evil, and then that's when Xavier comes in and takes over the actual machine, type of
mm,
thing. Obviously not all in this film, but I feel like I thought we were at least gonna get these cerebral, like, announcement or something in this film.
right. Here's a question for you.
Talk
Um,
to me. Talk to me.
what do you think that post credit scene was about?
Ooh, so yeah, so I went with my sister to go see this,
Yeah.
and we were like, oh, boom, boom. We see, it says you can't locate Spider-Man, and then it locates him like somewhere off planet, right? I
Yeah.
think, I think we're gonna see him in Doomsday. I think that's what's gonna happen. I think it may not be a full on, like scene. It may be at the end, and I think it's when Doomsday finally lands. We'll see
Mm,
him because it just looked very much like the Thunderbolts, to where we're seeing that ship come in, and it was
right.
in the middle of
Oh, you
space.
know what? Actually, what's funny, dude? Now that you say that, and this kind of just you reminded me. Um, for a moment when I was watching this movie, I kind of forgot that Dream Grey was in the movie, and an old girl from Stranger Things was casted to be her, right? So when so first when I'm first seeing the powers, I'm like, wait a minute, is this Kilgrave? I'm like, they bringing this dude back? 'Cause I love that. I love that villain, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
And he's an X-Men villain. He's an actual X-Men villain.
That would
So
have, you see, that would have been crazy. That would
yeah,
have been amazing to bring him
yeah,
back.
for sure, for sure. And so I first thought like, damn, is this Kilgrave? But now that scene where you kind of see this hooded figure, you know, uh, but still talking with that modulated voice, and then at the same time talking to other people. And there's like you kind of see the hand, but the hand looks almost like it's in a gauntlet. I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm like, no fucking way is this Doomsday, or not Doomsday, Doctor Doom. I'm like, no fucking way, But for a moment there, because I forgot that Jean Grey was, in the movie,
Yeah.
I was like, is that Doctor Doom? Like, what I'm saying? Like, and like for a moment there, I was that stupid, Like, I'm like, no freaking way is this Doctor Doom, which I thought was still been cool,
That's crazy how, like, when you watch a film, how many different interpretations people have. Because my first thought of it, because that, now that you say that, it's like, dude, I see that, I'm like, damn, if I I could see where you get that correlation. Like, that is crazy. Like, I didn't even think about that. Like, yeah, like maybe, but who I
Because I
really
was like,
thought,
we know so much about him. You know what I mean?
right,
Like,
right, right.
so I'm like, and I'm like, it just seemed like, like, well, we know Robert Downey Jr. was Tony Stark, so like, I'm still waiting to even hear how this was going to work out. Like, how is this guy who we know is Tony Stark in this universe? How is he Doctor Doom in another universe?
Yeah.
Or, is this alternate reality? He just looks like Tony Stark, but he's still the, what's Doctor Doom's actual name?
Victor?
Victor. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Victor Von
Like
Doom.
him, and But so I don't know if I don't think we've seen any explanation to that yet. So in my
So
mind, I'm like, is it that it's actually Tony Stark but he's Doctor Doom in this universe and not Iron Man?
So you see,
And
yeah, I am confused on that because in Comic Con he is talking in that Doctor Doom language. What where is he from?
yeah, damn,
You know what I'm talking about. Like he
yeah,
has that.
yeah, yeah, it's
So
like
so Robert,
Pennsylvania or something like that, something like
yeah. So Robert actually
Pennsylvania
had an
or
accent.
Pennsylvania, whatever.
He had an accent. And he was talking in that language. So maybe it's just that he looks like Tony and he's not. But
Hmm.
he probably gets the information of Tony, and he could probably use that against everybody coming into this universe,
Right, right.
knowing that he is a hero. Um, but yeah, I
So yeah,
mean,
for a
so
moment there, I thought that was him, dude. It was like, oh, snap, is that Doctor Doom? Because again, he had the hood, and again, there was a moment where it looked like they had a gauntlet on, and I'm like, and then just the amount of information he knew about Peter, I'm like,
going into the film, I saw a lot of like the interviews and stuff, and they mentioned Tom mentioned how like he's a big fan of the video games and like how he was literally playing before he went to go see the film again before the premiere. And so like when I saw Jean in that hooded, and then you said like that gauntlet, the first person I thought of was actually the Tinkerer from the Miles Morales game because
oh,
she has that same that same hood and all
yeah,
this, and so I was
yeah.
like, oh dude, they're really like doing the homage of the video game. But like, dude, like yeah, I didn't even think about Doctor Doom. Like that's I think you're onto something there, man. I think you're onto something there.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was just funny because then when we see her face, I'm like, oh, right. I'm like, oh, that's right. She's doing great. I totally forgot, dude. But I feel like it could have like when I saw it, I'm like, it could like I was like, man, is that Doctor Doom? I'm like, yeah, actually, this kind of works, if that's what it is.
I will say I was very confused like with what was going on because they one thing I will say about this film, they did a great job. Obviously, we all knew Sadie Sink was going to be Jean Grey. We knew that that was probably the worst kept secret, more worse than Andrew Garfield saying he's not in No Way Home, you know. But the way that they were going to introduce her, I did not know how. So this
Right.
whole time you're seeing this villain. I'm thinking, oh, okay, maybe Jean Grey is going to be the one where Spider-Man goes gets her, and they're going to take
Just
down
to
the
help.
villain. The
Yeah.
whole time she's the villain, and you're
She's
like, wait a minute,
the
what?
villain.
This makes no sense. I'm confused. We've never seen her
So
be bad.
would Loki, not to, I mean, I don't know if you have any more to say to that, but I will say, how did you feel about her storyline in this?
So again, and not in a bad way. I would say confusion. Confusion hit me at first because I didn't know where we were going with it.
Right.
Um, but I feel like without the whole full circle aha moment that we get from Spider-Man and then him having to go save her, then I was like, okay, so they're making this a. So obviously, I don't know if you're like up to date with it, but the X-Men '97, like we see, especially with these last two seasons, we see how the X-Men is kind of like their own thing, but the Avengers side of things and Spider-Man and all that, they're almost like separate from what X-Men goes through. So what this film got when we got to that point, it made me really feel like okay, like we're really making that line of like you are considered mutants and we are considered the normal people, type of feel. So if we didn't have that aha moment when Spider-Man was, oh shoot, he's lying, she was valid for trying to go save her sister and all this, I would have still been confused because
Right.
it just didn't. It took me a while to get in there, and we don't even know the whole time. We're also like played a fool with this whole V mix or VMAX
Yeah.
situation just to find out that it's her sister who saw the last thing she saw was the AC vent when she died.
Yeah.
Apparently she died. Apparently she died, which is kind of gruesome for a Marvel movie, like to kill off these people. Which I hope they keep that when it comes to the mutant films because the way like these other like Stryker and all them are towards mutants is very gruesome.
Right. X-Men
You
is for
know,
sure more gruesome when it comes to that kind of stuff.
yeah, like they abuse them even with a young Magneto, a young Xavier, like they get abused. Same thing with Wolverine. I mean, he damn near gets put in a pod and they inject him with the adamantium, you know. So like I hope they keep that darkness. But yeah, it was just confusing at first because I felt like she was just wanting to wreak havoc and
Right.
against Spider-Man the whole time. So I was like, why? Why are we going against Spider-Man when really the person you're trying to get to is the defense people, you know?
Yeah, for me, I was thrown off because I just never heard of Sarah Gray. Like
Right.
that was just something I never even heard of. So I'm like, the hell's Sarah Gray?
Yeah.
Like I didn't even know she like I didn't even, from what I'm gathering too, like because obviously I was like, oh no, I gotta see what this is. You know, it looks like she's part of a certain comic run there. So it's not like she's actually like I don't know. I don't want to say that she's not canon, but like in the overall, I guess the overall storyline, it looks like you don't really see her all the time.
Yeah, so my sister, she looked it up after we got off the film, and apparently, in a lot of iterations, she's like married with kids and all that stuff. And so my thought process is the first thing when she told me that, the first thing that popped in my mind, which was kind of random, was the the Wolverine Origins film, where Wolverine is actually living life, with his memory being wiped by that telepath, right?
Right.
I feel like because the this dude, the one who's in charge of the defense, when he captures Jean Grey, she's trying to ask him, hey, where's Sarah? Where's Sarah? He's like, Sarah contributed, a big portion. I don't think they killed her. My theory is I think they wiped her mind and she's out there living, and she has. I feel like what they want to do is get these quote unquote mutants, right, and suppress their powers until they need them, and they kind of like flip a button, and then it'll like mind wipe them, and then they'll go like kind of like what they did with Bucky. That whole control mindset thing where they say a word and boom, they go use their mutant abilities, come back and like live their life like they never did. I think that's what they're going to end up doing with Sarah, to where Sarah is going to end up being maybe a villain in a upcoming X-Men film, and that's when Jean Grey's going to lose her shit. I honestly think that's what's going on.
I mean, yeah, no, I mean that could be it. I just know that for sure from like what I read about her. Apparently, in other iterations, she does die.
Mm.
Um, but like I guess apparently her body or the phalanx consumes her body, but like her mind, apparently has her own kind of powers that keeps the phalanx from actually consuming her.
Mm.
So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Again, that's what I mean when I say like I've just never heard of this story, and there's other things that I read where it was like, uh, you know, she's also been referred to as the Phoenix or the Dark Phoenix. Her like so it's like what like
That's
so
she.
no,
Yeah,
it's so
yeah,
confusing. I'm like I don't know what's real anymore.
yeah. No, no. I feel you on that, man. Like I was confused, but I I don't know. Like it's tough because like with Marvel, if you don't see a dead body, they ain't dead.
Yeah, yeah.
you know,
That also is
yeah,
true. That also is true.
and
Um,
and I feel
yeah,
like a character like that was a big moving point in Jean Grey's life. If we're gonna see her dead, I think we would have seen her dead, and that's kind of like what kind of molds Jean Grey to be who she is, type of ordeal or whatnot. But I don't know.
right.
It was kind of, again, we talked about it earlier about the whole like we need to introduce her in a new way, and then let's just do this,
Right.
but to kind of like spin this, because I like, look, man, we're DC fans, man. We're DC fans, and this is probably one thing that it's okay when Kevin Feige does this because it adds that lore of like, oh, maybe it's this or maybe it's that.
Mhm.
When James Gunn does this thing, man, it's like, oh, bro, this is bad. Like why? Like it's not gonna work. Like it doesn't make sense. Like two
Yeah.
plus two is not adding up to 4 here.
That's
You
so
know,
funny because I did say that earlier.
you know, and my thing is like with Feige, 2 plus 2 is always gonna equal 4, but you know, it might be 4 in a different color. You know, it might be a little different, or it might make you expand to maybe 4 plus 4 from that 2 plus 2. You know,
Right.
but it's still adding to the story. Whereas like, you know, with DC, man, like God leash, like it comes to a point where we're just not even like why are we doing this? Like it's not
Yeah.
even fun to talk about it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like we spent 2 hours talking about a great Spider-Man film, and we're talking about all the possibilities of what it could be. You
Right.
know, and it's like oh, by the way, just so you know, I still haven't seen Supergirl. And for everyone who knows me, I'm the biggest Superman saga fan ever. Like I'm a Superman guy. Like when it comes to Young Justice, and they did the whole Superman run on there, you know, where they introduced Kara in Apocalypse, you know, with this new My Avengers of Superman, which shout out to them. They're killing it way more than what Gunn is doing in live action. You know, like Gunn is just slapping his name on My Adventures of Superman. It has nothing to do with that project. You know, it's crazy to me. Like it's honestly nuts. And I have, for me not to go see a super something movie like that. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. No, for sure.
It's nuts. It's nuts, man. And it's sad.
I mean, it is sad. No, it is sad. Honestly, it is sad. I mean, you hit it on the head. We're two DC fans talking about a Marvel movie. You know, not that it doesn't deserve to be talked about, but
right.
That's where we're at now. Like this was my main topic of discussion. You know what I'm saying? Not DC, you know what I'm saying, but Marvel. You know?
And I do want to add another thing, man. Shame on all of y'all, guzzlers, whoever y'all are, who are trying to lump in Superman with Spider-Man Brand New Day. All of a sudden, I'm going through Twitter, I'm going through Instagram, I'm seeing these pictures of freaking Corn Sweat and Tom Holland on side by side, you know, dressed up as Superman, one as Spider-Man. It's like, bro, do not taint Spider-Man Brand New Day by mentioning Superman
right
or Supergirl next to this film. You know, I'm even seeing things like, oh, we're at a peak right now. I've never, you know, we've never seen anything top tier, and it shows Corn Sweat. It shows Batman, the Batman with Robert Pattinson, and then it shows Spider-Man. I'm like, you guys are on the craziest drugs I've ever seen in my life, and I'm from Miami, so like, come on now, like, what are we talking about right now?
Right.
It's nuts. It's nuts, man. It's
honestly,
honestly.
This right here is probably a good example of where we are with DC. This is where we're at right here. Hold on. Let me show. Get across it.
Oh, it's muted. It's muted. It's muted.
Oh.
Oh God.
Oh.
I know you talked about this show earlier, man, and like the gripe I have with this, man, so much is why are we doing this right now with Lanterns? Like at this point, like, why even make the show if your main Lantern, Hal Jordan, is apparently going to die in the first episode, man?
Yeah, that's nuts.
Like this is your guy, right? He's supposed to be the one, right? And then you got Jon Stewart coming in here, which I love. I think this guy would be a great Jon Stewart. Aaron Pierre. But bro, like, it just doesn't even. And then there's only one can wear the ring, and it's like we are a Green Lantern corp. You know, like it's a group of people, and it's one person. Why? What are we
Right.
doing?
Right.
Freaking Guardians are humans now, which that makes no sense to me.
No,
In
not at all.
the trailer, it's a human, you know. And I did hear you mention about um the Manhunters. So the only I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I'm a big Green Lantern fan. I read all the comics. No, I'm my only like introduction to the Green Lanterns. Obviously, some of the animated series of the Green Lantern show, but then also Justice League, the animated series. And there they have their own Manhunters on there when they take John Stewart to trial because he was fighting someone and apparently they faked that he destroyed a whole planet. Right? He's under trial, and the Manhunters did this. Now, in that whole series with the Manhunters, I do not remember them being able to shapeshift.
I
Right?
know. Yeah, I was mentioning that earlier. I'm like, I don't recall that being a thing.
Yeah, so I did ask in a chat. I asked Sil and stuff like that as well because you know he's more comic savvy when it comes to that. And he did mention they do at some iterations they do shapeshift, but the way from cataloging what Gunn has done in the past, and I'm hearing that they casted Martian Manhunter in Man of Tomorrow. What I'm afraid of, right? What I'm afraid of is that with this, or I won't even say afraid because at this point it's over, it's dead, it's not happening anymore. What's going to confuse many people is that this whole Manhunter situation. Now they're showing that they're shapeshifters. I feel like he's going to introduce them as a part of a Martian lineage, and that is how we're going to maybe at the end of the series get a flyby of a Martian Manhunter. And that's how they're gonna be like, oh, so this is his story, and it's gonna be like, dude, like you're tainting the Martian Manhunter story,
Right.
like you're tainting, and from if we go by what he's done in the past, I think this is how he's gonna shoehorn it, and then we're gonna see him in Man of Tomorrow, and dude, it's gonna be bad. I don't know why, but ever since I saw that trailer, I even said it. I'm in this chat on Twitter, and like I said it in there because it's like something is itching me in the back of my mind that just knowing how Gunn is, he doesn't know these characters as much as he says up and down that he knows these characters. Right. I feel like he doesn't. He really, really doesn't.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
And, you know, he wanted to do a Green Lantern show. He found that one of the main villains of the Green Lanterns are the Manhunters. And he's like, oh, Manhunters. This sounds like Martian Manhunter. So let's put them together. You know, that seems like a Gunn way to do it, right?
Right.
I think that's what's gonna happen. I honestly do, and it's gonna be tough to watch, man. It's gonna be tough to watch. Yeah, I don't know what to expect. And what's crazy to me is they revealed all this stuff about that film, and they have not yet revealed how their main villain is going to look, which is Brainiac. Right? Like my theory is because Sil said that, you know, if Brainiac is wearing a Power Rangers jacket like all the other guys, he's not going to go watch the film. I think Gunn wants Sil to go watch the film. I think that's what's going on. I think that's why they haven't released it. But man, I don't know, man. I honestly don't know, like, why. Like, you're at this point almost done shooting Man of Tomorrow. We have not seen one thing of your main villain, which is not just a villain like, oh, a bad guy in a film. This is supposed to be the villain. This is Brainiac. And we haven't seen anything of it. Anything at all.
Right.
No sense. It makes no sense to me.
No, I mean, that's the thing. There hasn't been any rhyme or reason to what James Gunn is doing.
Yeah.
And it's just weird that people pretend that there is, you know, like there isn't. Supergirl for sure exposed that. Heavy, you know.
Every day I see why I'm so glad I didn't watch that film.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Supergirl exposes that. And like I said last time, I feel like people who watch Supergirl and see it for what it is will now go watch back in Superman and see that for what it really is.
Yeah.
again, he doesn't know these characters like he claims he does. Um, there's a reason why. Look, if we're gonna be honest, the reason he does well with the B listers and C listers is because
We
they're
don't know them.
yeah, we don't know them. So whatever he introduces them as, it's cool. Okay, I can see
Yeah.
that. You know what I'm saying? But the moment you take a character like Superman, like he did Lantern, like he did Hawkgirl, the jig was up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Supergirl, the jig is up. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's just obvious. He doesn't know what he's doing. You know, and then now we're here in the Lantern show, and bad
That comes
enough.
out next week, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And bad enough that the director they have for it is a complete idiot. And you got James Gunn also, putting his 2 cents in. It's disaster coming, dude. And yeah, like I don't care if there's an iteration of the Manhunters that's shapeshift. That's just not the common lore for the Manhunters.
yeah. That,
You know what I
that
mean?
we
Like,
know of. Yeah.
like it's like they're androids. They're robotic androids that were created by the Guardians, not no weird shape-shifting beings.
Right.
They're an ancient race of robotic androids created by the Guardians.
How
man-
much are we putting? How much are we putting that James Gunn's going to make the Martians be the ones who created the Manhunters?
Man, honestly, I thought the same thing when I heard that they shapeshift. I'm like, do you think the Manhunters are related to the Martian
I'm
Manhunters?
telling you, dude. Listen, we're going to have like a stream on just that if that's
I'm just
what
that,
happens.
dude, because honestly, that'll be crazy. That'll be crazy, but like not surprising. You
Right.
know?
At all. We're calling it here first, y'all.
Yeah.
Clip this.
Okay, with this moment, the Manhunters and the Martian Manhunter are one and the same. Yeah.
Absolutely
We got Pin Zone in the comment section. He said, "Yo,"
Oh.
he said $500.
Yeah, crazy.
Bro, it's crazy, dog. Like, man, it's sad. It's what it is. It's not even it's sad, And 'cause again, it's like lanterns, bro. We're talking about the lanterns, the Green Lanterns, bro. Like this is supposed to be epic. This is supposed to be like, on the level of like, highest blockbuster out there. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it should be. You know what I'm saying?
It should have been a film, to be honest.
It has every right to be. But let's just say, even if it is a series, still treat it like
we should have been in
be treated.
Yeah, we should have been in OWA. Not no buddy cop noir thing.
Dude, look here. I'll say this. Like, think about. I mean, I don't know if Star Trek is a good example, but I'm trying to think like of intergalactic, series that still did a decent job. You know what I'm saying, of projecting what it was, right?
Krypton. I think Krypton was good on that.
Krypton, but Krypton, you don't venture off into space. You know what I mean? Like, it's just on Krypton. You know what I mean? Like there's only that one part where he goes into that world where Lobo is at that I remember. I could be wrong. There's more, but
I think there was when this guy they what is Adam something, the guy who travels from
Adam. Damn, what is his name? I forgot now.
That he was trying to save Superman's life and he's coming back in time or whatever.
Right.
But I see what you're saying. It's mainly based on Krypton.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of shows that actually like show you space. But like even the newest like Star Wars series, you know what I'm saying? When you're talking like Mandalorian and freaking Andor, you know what I mean? Like this is space stuff on epic proportion in a series. You know what I mean? Like that's how you should be treating the Green Lanterns. You know what I mean?
I agree.
And some, you feel me? So it's like
they could have easily done a series where they have to even if it's on different worlds each episode.
Yeah.
Like that would have been dope. And then you at beginning and end you meet an Oa.
Yeah,
and
and it's like, why are they against each other? You know, like that. I still don't get like what the hell are you doing here? You
yeah,
know, like they should be like I like that original idea that we, from back in the day where they were supposed to be buddy cops. That makes sense to me. Like, okay, I'd get back behind that. You
yeah,
know, how Jordan and John Snow working together. I'm down for that.
kind of like
But
a Lethal Weapon type of deal.
yeah, but this like weird, like the ring's mine, whatever, blah blah blah. I don't know, dude. Just it's so weird, man.
Like I feel like for what they were trying to go for here, I think like a character like the Question or maybe something like that would have been better for this
Yeah,
series because it's so grounded as we see like these are like you're saying these are space creatures, man, like these are space heroes, and we're grounding them to a freaking cowboy era. Like what are we doing?
right,
Like, what is this?
right.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, no, no, exactly. And again, it's like I'm still like trying to figure out like where do you guys get off on the fact that this man hangs up his Green Lantern suit? What are we doing here? Like, oh, it's so annoying. There's just so much that's off with that. But I'm just like, this is where we're at now, and even
That,
Clayface, I'm like, man, like,
oh dude, that's a whole nother
you know, I
box
mean,
of
like,
worms.
yeah, no, it is, but it's again, it's just like, I'm just trying to drive the fact that DC literally has nothing going for it other than the Matt Reeves Batman universe.
And
You know?
everything, anything and everything animated right now is
Yeah, yeah,
actually
yeah,
kicking
too, for
rocks.
sure, for sure, for
But
sure.
I feel like as fans, like that's great, that's cool, but it's not getting like DC is not getting the love it should by just the general people of just movie going because there's nothing to go see, man. It's so bad. It's honestly so sad. It's so sad.
No, it is. But this is the reality we live in, man. Like here we are talking about Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Paramount, where you at, bro?
Care about
Paramount,
where
where
you at,
you at?
right? Yeah, like yo, honestly, that needs to happen quick, man. Like honestly, I hate that these freaking weirdos, trying to block this shit from going through. I mean, it's not gonna do. All it is stalling the inevitable, but it's like so stupid. Honestly, it's so upsetting because it's like now you guys are like eager about like stopping some thing that's a monopoly that you think. Like
It's
all
like
these other things that have monopolized. This is where you choose to make. And then the sad part is we all know why. You know what I
right,
mean? That's
right.
the sad part. It's this weird fixation for Trump. You know what I'm saying? It's like that they think like that. If we stop this, we beat Trump. Like it's like what the hell are we talking about here? Like it's just so weird. Again, it's like all these other things. That for sure you could put into the category of monopoly. You know, but nope. This is it. This is the one. Nobody stopped Disney from acquiring Fox, and you know, uh, no one stopped. What was the other ones? No one stopped uh, the Paramount Skydance before they became. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody stopped
Yeah,
that. Before it was Warner Brothers. You know what I'm saying? There was actually something else the other day that I'm like, oh yeah, yeah. Even think about even like the phone companies. You know what I'm saying? Nobody stopped T-Mobile from acquiring Sprint and whatever else.
Metro,
Yeah,
yeah.
nobody stopped this recent Capital One acquiring Discover, which is like, what I'm saying? Like, it's like it's like this weird hypocritical. It just so upsetting. Like it's just so annoying, like. But it's because it's this name that's connected to the zeitgeist of this thing that we're gonna take a stand up against this. Like that's all it is. It's not this real concern for monopoly. Like out of here. There's many things that were monopolized you guys didn't care about. You know? But
Yeah.
yeah, it needs to happen quick, man. For sure. But anyways, we should probably bring this to a wrap up. But I do want to get an answer on though. If you had to rate Spider-Man Brand New Day, what would your like rating be?
Oh, oh man, this is tough. I will say this. I will say this. Right. So when it was Spider Man, my favorite Spider Man of all time was Tobey Maguire.
Mm,
This to me, I would put it number two. in my catalog of Spider-Man films overall because of the
Okay.
love and homage that not Tom Holland, because obviously he did do this, but that version of Peter
Right.
gave to the Spider-Man from before. That he modelized his whole suit to show them love, and that to me was like that just shows the epicness of Toby and Andrew, and it's like this is that new version. So that like to me it's a really epic, solid film, and as bumpy as it was, this is the official X-Men mutant release in this film. So I give it I give it that too.
Okay. Um. See, I don't know if I would go as far as putting it in second overall Spider-Man films. Um, but it probably is the best of all of the Tom Holland's back. But maybe I
Mm,
don't know if anything beats No Way Home. I don't know. That's tough. No Way Home just really pulled the strings because of the other Spider-Man in it. You know what I mean?
okay.
So I
Yeah.
feel like that's number one when it comes to the Tom Holland Spider-Man films, and probably has room for number one because it has all the three Spider-Man in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're getting all.
That's my
You
number one.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's like it's hard to not
Yeah.
have it at number one.
Yeah.
Um, and then like number two would probably be. Ooh, that's tough because honestly, I'm stuck somewhere between Spider-Man 2 and The Amazing Spider-Man 1.
That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. For me, my number three is Spider-Man 2. Just because that film is like
Yeah, no, I mean, that's why I'm having a hard time because it's like
yeah, yeah,
it's between that or Amazing Spider-Man as my number two.
yeah, Amazing
I'll
Spider-Man.
probably give it to Amazing Spider-Man as number two and number three, Spider-Man 2, Tobey Maguire. Um, but overall ranking, I'd probably give this probably give it a, like I want to give it an 8 out of 10,
Mm,
but
mm.
almost like feel like am I being too generous there? Is it just a 7.5 out of 10? No, I think it's an 8 out of 10. I think it's an 8 out of 10. You know, like because I think that's a solid score to justify like how good the story was with Spidey or with Peter Parker in
Yeah,
this movie. Um, some of the great sequences that really felt like I said, like that give you the sense of purpose of what he's about to become. Really, the story around him is great. Like his story, like not around him, his story in this movie is great. It's the stories around that are kind of like okay, they're shaky. You know what I mean? As we said earlier, like this is a different Jean Grey approach. And,
yeah,
so I'm still trying to figure out how to take that receive that information, and then again the shoehorning of John Bernthal, or like not Punisher, but the Punisher. I mean, the fact that Daredevil's not in this story at all, a movie like that. There's really things that they really disappoint me, but and then there's things that I'm just like, like they could have done better. And then there's like, but this was great. You know what I'm saying? This was really great. Like the story between Parker, MJ, Ted, Ned, whatever, and
yeah.
um, that whole kind of story. Just his story in the movie is a good story. So I'm gonna give it 8 out of 10. I think that's where I'm gonna land on this. 8 out of 10.
Okay,
8 out of 10.
okay. So if we're going numbers, the rockiness stuff, I'm at a solid 9, but like leaning towards a 9.5.
Okay.
9.5.
Okay.
Yeah. It's and I think it's because the fatigue of not having a Spider-Man film in theaters for a while since No Way Home. I
True.
feel like that's also built up the excitement for me personally.
Gotcha.
I definitely want to rewatch it and see if I'm still feeling that same way. But as of right now, yeah, definitely a solid 9. Solid.
Okay. Solid 9. Okay, that's nice. I mean, again, I think that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I'm again, it's the things that why I can't just give it that high, but for me,
Right,
8
right,
out of 10 is still a high number, and that's a good number.
right, 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 right.
Uh, you know, um, uh, The score was great in this movie. I thought the score was good.
It was fun,
Um,
definitely.
yeah, it was really good. Um, so yeah, okay, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. What did it was that like an 8.5 out of 10 on average?
Yeah. 8.5, 8.5.
Yeah, say that from us too. So that's still a good score. That's a good score. You know, good. It's a good movie. You know, again, if you haven't watched it, go watch it. I mean, it's almost. I would be surprised if they didn't, because again, the numbers it's making is letting you know
It's
people are
it's
watching this.
ridiculous.
I am kind of curious, actually. Now that we did score this, I'm kind of curious on your score on this one, and then we can wrap it up. So I was like, hold on, actually, I didn't really get your. I know you talked about it on your account. You know,
Oh
you,
yeah.
you had a review on it, but like obviously, let's get into it here real quick, and then we'll head out. Then we'll head out. We'll try and finish it
Yeah.
at the 4 hour mark. But let's talk about it. The Odyssey, brother. What are you rating this? And like, talk to me about it. What
This film,
yeah.
this film right here. This film was a 10 out of 10 for me. I I love this film, and here's my thing, right? Because every a lot of people had their, I wouldn't want to say issues, because everybody did say this was a good film, but they had their I guess,
What was
yeah, I guess
right?
their gripes or whatnot with this film because of the miscasting or whatnot, or it not being true to the story of Homer.
Right.
So with that being said, right, what I got from this film was the story of the Odyssey is that it's a story that's told as a legend, right? A legend in the big banquets that everybody hears about, the stories about how Odysseus, he went up against the Titan and he did this and the Trojan horse and so on and so forth. What this film did so well was continue the legend of the story of Odysseus in that
Mm,
sense. Where, like, at the end, a lot of the stories that were told, you start to second guess, because you do see the truth of what's happening with Odysseus, but then you start thinking like, man, maybe these stories are kind of more fluff than they are truth, because he really did lose all his men. So
right.
really, is he his hero or is he like the villain? So kind of situation. So it really kept that thing going, and then put that aside. The acting from hey man, this guy just knows how to make you hate him on the screen. Robert Pattinson, like anything that he does, man, I'm just like, man, I cannot stand this guy, but I love to watch him. Not, so what he did, Matt Damon, shout out to him. He killed it, and one of my favorite parts of this film, which was very random to me, because it was like they didn't really show her alive for a short amount of time towards the end of the film, which was Zendaya. I thought her role was so minor, but yet so impactful throughout the film. Every time she was on screen, she was eating it up. Because you felt Athena, and to the point of, like, you didn't know if she was really Athena. You this to me, how I took it was, I think she was one of these slaves in that town that they killed everyone, and in Odysseus's mind, he put her, because he physically saw her get her head chopped off. Like, I think he put her in that limelight of Athena. So whenever when he's having those conversations with Athena, with himself, he puts Zendaya's image of that person in that Athena limelight. And
Mm,
it's something that's like, you start to see these little things. You start like, oh, maybe it's this or maybe it's that, and that to me is a great way to, like, just, I want to go see it again. And here's the thing,
yeah.
I saw it in that 70 millimeter screen, man, and it
Nice.
just, I was in there, man. I felt like I was in the
Nice.
film. I was running from, it was crazy, man. And it really got me excited. They dropped, I think, within that week, that they're doing a new season for Percy Jackson, because we get to hear that the sea was mad at Odysseus, and
Right.
they're trying all that stuff with the Poseidon and all this stuff, and I'm a big, like, nerd when it comes to that. I love all the Greek mythology stuff.
Same.
You know, and this just like this actually this film, the Odyssey, it made me want to go get the original book because I read it once in high school, but I want to go get the book and read, you know, Homer's original story of this, you know, after
Right.
watching this film, which is I feel like that was Nolan's intent in making this.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So yeah, that's my long about way of talking about this film, man. I can talk about this film for days. It's so good.
We'll probably have to say that for like another pod, but
Yeah,
I'll just say that I agree with you. I think this movie is a 10 out of 10, despite even like some of the gripes that like I said, I mean, I don't know if you saw my review. I do feel like, yeah, like some things I get,
yeah.
but none of it took me out of the story,
At
you
all.
know, which to me is a success. You know what I mean? Like, there's like the only moment that maybe I got out of the story, and it was both me and my wife, is the moment you hear um what's the character's name? Sinan, you know, start talking, you know,
Yeah,
because it's like just obvious, you know, like, oh, okay.
yeah.
You know, like that's probably the only moment that it's like, oh man, if there was only a way to mask the voice, maybe you can get away with this, but the voice is just too obvious, you know. But
And for me, if I did have an issue with the film, I wouldn't even say again. I wouldn't call it an issue because there's to me this was a perfect film. That to me is like, I I guess you want to diversify the film. I understand. That's why I guess that's why Nolan did this. But it was just kind of like she was she you know
whatever.
they were on the screen for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, so that's why it's like it to me. It's like, yeah, you know, okay, cool, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah,
Thank you.
exactly. No, exactly. That's exactly right. That's what I mean when I say like, yeah, there's moments, but it doesn't take you out of the story completely. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
again, it's like it's brief. It's so brief that like, all right, you know, and I would say like even apart from that, it plays into the story. You know what I'm saying? You know, I remember being in the theater and the moment he gives, you know, Robert Pattinson that
Oof.
boom, you know,
Yeah,
that belonged to Sinan. Uh, dude, the whole theater's like, you know, claps, you know, because it's just such a
I said, hell yeah, he deserves
perfect
that,
scene.
bro. He
Yeah, yeah.
definitely.
You know, it's like he thinks he has something for me, ha ha, and then whatever, and he gives him that, and like it, you know, that look. Oh my gosh, it was just so rewarding. But yeah, no, like apart from that, everything else, I feel like I didn't care for. Like, you know, and I've said before, like, yeah, would I have gone differently with some of the things for sure, but more so due to like my own preference of like trying to stay true to, I guess, what maybe the story does tell. But like even the way he told it though, it just makes sense for the story plot that he was going
Right.
for. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm not mad at it, and again I was able to follow the story and felt like I was in the movie. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and that's that I didn't even see it in the 70 millimeter, which I'm finally gonna see it that way, but like weeks because, dude, that theater that we have here with the only like theater close by, and then when I say close by, it's like an hour away.
Yeah.
Dude, it's sold out like almost going a month out from its
I looked out, man. I went on the Tuesday because I have an AMC thing, so I went on
nice.
that on the like the $5 Tuesday thing,
Yeah.
and I went early, man. I just went early, and I was like, everybody's saying
Bro,
watch it in this screen.
when I tell you every showing of this movie is sold out here,
I
even the early screenings, bro. Trust me, I looked because I was like, okay,
that's
nobody is gonna wake up this early to go watch this movie, bro.
yeah.
Sold out every showing, dude. A month out, dude. That's what this movie's doing. You know, so again, when I see the number that they've got, so like 911 million,
Yeah.
bro, like it makes sense. I'm like, yeah, you know, it's crazy. But other to say that the
Wait,
IMAX
wait. So
version that
so
I did see
Odyssey
was great.
Odyssey broke 900 as well.
Yeah, yeah. But
So,
I
so
mean, you know, it's it's still crazy that I mean I'm still shocked at how where Spider-Man landed in its opening weekend. That's crazy. But
yeah,
yeah, yes, the Odyssey. I spoke on this earlier. I'm like, yo, it's just crazy because this kind of movie, you know, especially how movies are, like what makes it breaks it in the box office. Like, I wasn't sure, but like, yeah, yeah, it's about to break a billion. I think it will. I think it'll reach a billion.
and to
By
think that Tom Holland is in both of those films is nuts, man.
that
And
guy's making
Zendaya, and
bank.
Zendaya.
That guy's making bank. Um, and John Bernthal for that matter.
And Joe, that's right, dude. That's nuts. That is nuts.
Oh man, but yeah, man. But yeah, dude, it's a good movie, dude. Like it's really great. Not good. It's great. It's epic. It's
Yeah,
everything you were sold on it being. It's exactly that. And um, yeah, I'm definitely gonna go watch it again. And I'm probably even gonna just watch it in like another format before I even go watch it.
oh yeah, I agree.
40 millimeter, dude. It's that good of a movie, man. Like it's yeah, the rewatch on that, it's a must. And that's it. It's what 3 hours long. I'll go. I don't care.
I wanted more. I want.
I
I
wanted
was ready.
more.
I was
Yeah, I
ready for
wanted
more.
more. And that's the other thing. I'm like, yo, like for all those people complaining, I'm like, yo, this guy managed to try and get damn near the whole story, damn near.
Yeah,
Obviously he's missing some things that I would have, that would, yeah, sure, but and obviously he took liberties of interpreting things and changing the way it is, but yeah, again, it's like, dude, be mindful. He's taking a story that's how long, and trying to like put it into a 3 hour film. Like, stop it. You know what I'm saying? Like, the man
in his own way
accomplished.
too. At that, in his
Yeah,
own way. At that,
yeah,
like that to me is like, dude, this is a story that's, I guess you could say it's beloved by many, as we could see, and
right.
he's still adding. He's adding like a new way of interpreting this story.
Yes.
Like it's
That's how I felt. I felt it was like a modern way of like getting people
yes,
interested in a very old story. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
yes,
not that, I'm not saying that people aren't ready for that. I'm just saying that, let's just be honest. We're talking, and I'm sorry, people. I'm gonna just say it here and be offended or not, but we don't got the smartest people anymore. You know what I'm saying?
we don't.
We're just gonna keep that a buck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? People are just that weird that they're turned off by culture. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
it's crazy. That's the type of
You want to know another thing though?
yeah,
That it just baffles me, right?
yeah,
We have you're gonna laugh because it's like, oh, we're going back there, but we have a certain director that says, I'm gonna implement this comic book, and this is where you should do this, and da 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 da, and we go watch the film, and it has nothing to do with the comic book that you made me read for 3 weeks straight before the movie came out, and
right.
you got a director in Christopher Nolan who tells you, I'm gonna take elements of this film and I'm gonna tell it in my own way. The dude is telling you what he's doing. You can be, oh, but why was he doing it that way? Well, because he told you he's going to do it this way from the beginning. Like, did you think it was going to change? No.
Right,
Why?
right,
He told you.
right.
So I've seen some of these people in the comments and stuff like that. On Twitter and complain. It's like you're not cool unless you have something to complain about.
Right.
It's weird. It's honestly weird, man.
No, but that's exactly right. That's what it feels like. Because it's almost like I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like it's one thing if I could see it, but I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm sorry. Like I don't. For me personally, like the gripes that I
Yeah.
heard and the complaints, it's like from the oh yeah the race swapping, just it's so evident. It took me off of the film. Whatever. I'm not gonna whatever. Like whatever. Spoohs. It's like dude. It's almost disingenuous though too. Like it's almost like people are I feel like are under the impression that like people didn't migrate back then. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like no because there was no airplanes. People stayed to where they were from. Like No, people still migrated back then.
Yeah.
So is it far? Would it be too far fetched that there would be an Asian man in the Greek and Odysseus' army? No, and it's only one. So I can see one of them making it that far. You know what I'm saying? You know?
What? Here's another thing, right? Because I love this film, man. This film is great. Did, did you notice a little can? Do you watch? Did you ever watch Spartacus?
Of course.
Okay, so I don't know if you noticed. So the part where they are sailing back home when they get on the
Uh-huh.
ship, there's a lighting that Christopher Nolan does that the main I guess he's like the I guess the captain of the ship, the one who mains the ship and puts it off. He's part of Odysseus's crew. It's Asher, the actor who plays Asher. He does like a slight little cameo. You don't fully see his face, but like the way that the sun is hitting the camera in that end.
Yeah.
You see like his silhouette, you see his shadow, but I know that actor anywhere. It's him. Like he turns his head a little bit, you see a little bit. It's the actor who plays Asher
No
in that.
way.
Dude, I kid you not.
That you're talking about Asher was the one with the gimpy leg, no?
Yes. Now they have the new show. It's called The House of Asher.
Yes, yes,
Yeah. So
yes.
so that actor though, he makes a cameo, and it literally like everybody's like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. It literally took me 2 seconds. I saw it because I'm a big fan of the Spartacus,
In what scene?
so it's literally right before they set sail. So Odysseus comes back onto the boat. He's like, hey, let's go home, and it's that one shot where they kind of like they show Odysseus walking onto the boat. He takes the helmet off, and then you have like the crew behind him. He is,
This is them leaving from Troy.
I believe so. Yes, I think that's
Okay.
because in my head right now I'm picturing it's Nolan has a camera. It's the sun is kind of like glaring at this point, so like some of the faces are kind of like glared out, but he turns and it's right behind Odysseus, bro. He almost it's almost like one of those Where's Waldo cameos, and he's standing right there, and I'm like, dude, that's him. Like that is Asher. Like I
I'm
know
gonna
him
definitely be on
anywhere.
the lookout the next time I see this.
Oh, bro, dude, when I saw that, I was like, this just made the film. He didn't say one line in the whole film, but I just saw it, and I'm like, yeah, like.
Well, I'll tell you this much: it shouldn't connect technically
Yeah.
because technically Spartacus takes place in the time of Rome, not Greece, not the Grecian
Right.
Empire. Now, unless the illusion here is that though he uses the name Odysseus, it's actually Ulysses, but still Ulysses also is Grecian still, still the Grecian
Yeah,
king of Ithaca. So yeah, it just wouldn't be the right time period. But
yeah.
still
I
cool.
think it was just cool seeing the
Yeah.
actor
Yeah,
make
no, for
more
sure. Like,
sense.
it makes
Yeah,
sense. Like he's played these kind of roles. Why not?
I'm sure he's
Yeah.
the type of guy too, because I've seen a lot of his interviews where he's like, if he has a chance to be in a film like that,
Oh,
even
yeah.
if it is as a background, like, hey,
Yeah,
yeah,
you jump in regardless.
yeah,
But yeah, other than that, overall, though, I agree, dude. 10 out of 10, man. I don't, despite everything that everybody's saying, again, not everybody, the minority of people that are complaining.
yeah,
Uh, it's a 10 out of 10 film. Great film. It's a film of its time. He did a hell of a job making this very, uh, palatable for the you know, modern day, moviegoer. Um, so everything that he did, every creative choice, you don't, from every them speaking just normal English. I thought that's okay. No, that's smart. You know what I'm saying? Like, why does everybody have to have an accent?
yeah,
And that's kind of goofy because even then they still aren't speaking Greek. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
they only speak in English. You know what I'm saying? Like, and which is more like whatever. So like even that complaint, I thought was so goofy. I heard that a few times. I'm like, you guys are complaining about the fact that they didn't have like uh Shakespeare like voices in this film. Like this isn't that time
Doesn't make
period,
any sense.
fool. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that you think that's a leg to stand on is ridiculous. You know? Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't want to get too deep into it, but I agree with you. 10 out of 10. Definitely worth the rewatch. Definitely worth the watch. If you haven't watched it, I keep telling people if you're waiting to see it in IMAX, don't worry about that. Watch it in any format. You're gonna enjoy this movie.
100%. And honestly, like I can't wait to buy it. Like once it comes
Bro,
out on
same,
DVD,
bro.
I'm getting it.
Same. I can't wait to buy it. I can't wait to get those behind the scenes.
Oh,
Jeez, dude. A part of me hopes that there's like even like a director's cut to it, like an extended cut.
I'm sure there is.
You
I'm
know?
sure there is. 100%. There has to be. Yeah, yeah. I think there is gonna be. And here's the cool thing about it, right? So after seeing that, and then we hear this news on. I'm gonna kind of jump around. I don't want to get too crazy on it, but Ryan Coogler, he's like the protege of Nolan, right?
Mm.
And hearing that now he's gonna shoot Black Panther 3 in that same 70 millimeter screen, like dude, like Christopher Nolan is just the GOAT. He's out here creating legends,
Dude,
dude.
yeah.
He's creating legends.
Yes. I mean, yeah, no, he is. He really is. Um, I think what he really did, and now every movie after him is going to be able to capitalize on this. And this isn't spoken of enough. And maybe I'm not sure this is the moment to speak on it because this will probably unravel a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that he found a way to make movies profitable again.
Yes.
That's what he really did there. And if every movie going forward now has the opportunity to do that, like shoot a film in that same format the whole way through,
Yeah.
that's it. You're gonna see every if that's truly what Ryan Coogler is gonna do.
Yeah. Yeah. He came out on
Yeah.
Comic Con,
That movie's
and
gonna bang. Make no
yeah, man.
make no mistake. And that's that again. I wasn't a fan with how they went with the Black Panther 2. That's why I haven't watched it yet. But
Yeah.
I'm sure this next one is gonna do numbers if that's what he's gonna do. And any movie that does this going forward is gonna make bank. Gonna make bank. Like it's gonna again. It's making movies. It's gonna make movies profitable again, and where even movies that probably wouldn't do so well are gonna do decent enough numbers. You know what I'm saying, to like come back with whatever they put into it. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, again, it has been said. At least I haven't seen it been said, but I'll say that Nolan is the GOAT, and he just found a way to make the theater experience profitable again.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Revivify, boost the theater experience with that. So
Yeah, he Krugler, he came out because that's when he announced T'Challa Jr. On at Comic Con. Oh, and their release date is 2027, I think, of September 15th. That's when they're gonna release. And he before he announced T'Challa Jr., he pulled out the actual film grade, and he's like, "This is what the film is going to be shot on." Because he's a film geek, man. He's in that Nolan class, so he's learning a lot from him. And yeah, man, like it's honestly it's so dope. Like I'm so excited, just moving forward.
Hell yeah, no, hell yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh man, I mean, we could talk about these things for hours, bro.
Hours, bro. Hours.
But obviously, all good things must come to an end,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But we definitely got to get on and talk again. I was hoping you'd hop on earlier when I was talking about the NBA, recent NBA trades, but
yeah, we got
there were a few things that we discussed, and I'm like, and I knew you would have had some things to add to that conversation, but definitely, next time for sure. But yeah, man, always good to have you on, brother. I'm glad you were able to at least hop on at the end.
Nah, man, I appreciate you always having me. Sorry it was late, man. Life was lifing, but I figured, we've been talking about it for a while. Let me try to hop on here, man.
Hell yeah, no, I appreciate it, bro. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate you, Adam.
That being said, man, good luck. Good luck with the rest of your endeavors. And yeah, man, hey, you got anything else? Anything new coming up? You want to plug right quick?
Yeah, I mean, I got some music I got dropping in the next coming weeks. I've been, slaying away, man, dropping some as much as I can, here and there.
For sure.
I got that coming. I am gonna, once football starts, RTP Sports Network. Keep an eye out for that. It's gonna be, I'm gonna be on the ground, boots on the ground, and I'm gonna start going to a lot more games, doing some interviews on there. Trying to put my Full Sail sports broadcasting degree into full effect. So
Awesome.
it's gonna be a lot of stuff going on in the coming futures. So just stay tuned for CeeLo. CeeLo's you're gonna see him everywhere, man. You're gonna see him everywhere.
Hell yeah. We like to hear that. We like to hear that.
I appreciate
moving
you.
Moving on up to this. Hell yeah. Well, brother, like I said, I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you for giving us your time and this conversation. Appreciate you guys that were watching. Appreciate y'all in the comment section. Again, if there was anything you agreed with what we talked about, let us know what it was and why. And if there was anything you disagreed, even more reason to comment and tell us why. This is the Chop Shop where we talk about anything and everything and your mama. No, I'm playing. That being said, though, y'all, much love. Peace out. God bless. Be out.
New era niggas just scream out gang gang. My era niggas outside that gang bang. Old enough to know niggas that made it onto gangland. I don't say that to grandstand, I'm just spitting the facts, man. New rappers too busy just making sing-alongs. My raps will have it going savage like the Viacom. You don't want the smoke, homie, then your weed is strong. Good to see you smoke along to that Cheech and Chong. Me and my team, we on the front line. Steady putting in work, homie, it's always crunch time. Hard times produce me, dog. This ain't a movie, it ain't WWE. When I mention the bloodline, homie, I want mine, that's why I move different. Y'all too laxy daisy, I keep myself disciplined. Repetition on repetition, training is rigorous. Only way to survive the streets that's dangerous and vigorous. Behavior villainous, leave no traces of witnesses. Moment of silence for the taking of all our innocence. Now back to business, somewhat of a practitioner. Cause there's no shortcuts in life, no pills that make you limitless. That's ridiculous, far step from reality, like who's that's licorice. Frame of thought is insanity, causing calamity if you actually watching and listening. Home to catching L's from the dudes that started visiting. How you missing it? Losing profits and dividends. The way your boys been cooking, they need to give me a Michelin. The bliss is ignorance, say they don't like to mention them. They say we don't mention the bodies that's in Lake Michigan. Fucking hypocrites, I separate from the fakes. Run with a pride of lines, identify all the stakes. Hubris says they folly and catch on other mistakes. Matter time before they're just another body that's in the lake. Navigate, these troubled waters won't choose my fate. My vision is too ambition like Alexander the Great. Say there's much on my plate, but I carry my weight. Figuratively and literally, for all those who can relate. I never break, you never get me to fold. You never get me to leave, Chicago is still my home. But I carry my heat, this windy city is cold. Valentine's Day massacre, but was it really Capone? Face blown out of proportion, a different views of contortion. Use best proceed with precaution before you lie dead in a coffin. It's not a threat, that's a promise. Best quit talking your nonsense, your body could end up missing. Got your family claiming we lost them. Can't find them, bad time and he's flatlining. Good riddance, been a negative to mankind. And I'm like Jack Reacher, the equalizer, John Wick, Jason Bourne, the accountant. Either one, you could take your pick. The damage I could do with my side weapon. John Wick with my P40 Smith & Wesson. Opposition lightweight, so I'm not threatened. I'm just glad about the hate that they keep sending. It's really easy talk that rah-rah on the internet. There's words to Zaza, I heard y'all ain't got your fingers wet. Go get your cherry pop by the very op. We bust the real ones, got the heavy guap, you just carry prop. Bunch of these gangsters claim to be hard to the core, but they really not like women that claim to be faithful. But they really thought, act like they down, but when shit goes down, they call the city cops. Same fools think they know a lot, no dilly squad. Tired of all of this fake shit, with fake asses and fake tits. They fake smiles, but fake lips. Picasso looking with their facelift. What I call the good replacement, with the so-called real are the fakest. So the fakest niggas are the greatest. What was common sense no longer makes sense. What was common sense is now rare sense. What was funny then is now flagrant. Living in your thoughts, I don't pay rent. I take my time, you lack patience. Then your blood drip on the pavement. With a headshot, got you brainless. After getting hit with that stainless, kill instinct, call me craven.